now.
Yeah,
don't you?
I thought I'd give it a go with a different gemstone.
It's absolutely genius. We like that a lot. And then
so it's so simple. And then with the
bit of a piece of
fantastic malachite, had to put the amethyst with it as well. Now 3 of those suede cords fit into the gold magnetic clasps, but I didn't have any glue. So
okay, but 3 of the suede cords
they do fit.
Do fit in. Ah, okay, I'm going to show you that. So because it's not been glued in, we can take it out.
Yeah, I've wired.
So what type of glue would you recommend?
You know the epoxy resin type?
Yeah.
That would work.
So you don't need the wire there, that's just to show that the clasp would be there. But without any glue, there's no way of keeping it in there. Fab. So those magnetic clasps are on offer today. $7.95 for 10. 5 in the yellow gold. Oh, they've sold out.
Oh.
Sorry. Has the malachite cabochon sold out as well? Oh, it's at the bottom of the screen. There's just a few of those left. $14.95. That's a big cabochon that you can see here. Absolutely stunning.
It's amazing.
Now, talking about gorgeous and amazing, the Bruges. When are you back?
Tomorrow night.
Oh.
Late show.
I'm going to have to see it tomorrow then, aren't I? I'll see it tomorrow. Brilliant. So, and lots of kits and things for tomorrow?
I've not seen anything that's going to be on, so it's going to be a surprise.
Bit of a surprise.
Don't know what I'm getting. Yeah.
Exciting. Yeah. So we've had another text in, apparently. We'll have a little look at this one. My all-time 5 songs are Nothing Compares to You, Sinead O'Connor. Yes. My Sweet Lord by George Harrison. Yes. The Man with the Child in His Eyes by Kate Bush. I love this. Conquistador by Program. Don't know that one. Ooh. Mad World by Gary Jules. As I'm almost 60 years old, I could have gone on to do a top 100, and that's from Helen. You have my record collection, CD, iPod, and more CD tape. They're like on my mixtapes. Love it. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an amazing show. We've loved every minute of it. Don't go anywhere. You can carry on adding on to your order with Vicki and the gorgeous little Linda on the other side of this. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Bye for now. Bye for now. Happy Bank Holiday Monday. Bye. Over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK. So grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
big hello from everyone here in Jaipur. Namaste. Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead? It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our Gems of Distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker. In a pile of emerald like this, you really have a wealth of different qualities here. Everything from the kind of quality of gemstones that we've faceted into gems ready for jewellery, right through to your cabochons, through to your really, really high quality beads, through to the strands which you might have seen on JewelleryMaker before, and then some flat faceted pieces as well.
Well, we have so much to look forward to here on our Designer Inspiration Show. Welcome, and it's great to have your company. Highlights this afternoon including pink amethyst in the Connoisseurs collection, brand new clear quartz, designer inspiration with the wonderful Linda, one of our fantastic in-house designers, and top it all off, we've got a turquoise showcase, and it's me, Vicki, who can't speak, joining you. I'm back. Guess who's back? Back again. Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm back from the holidays. Linda just said to me as I ran in, because I've literally jumped from studio to studio. I started in Gems this morning at 7, jumped into Rocks at 11, and now jumped onto, and it literally is just a little stepping stone. I don't know what's next.
So what's giving you the ability to do that is that taking all the sun that ever was and ever is going to be in advance.
Into the colour of my skin.
Yeah. It's just soaked it up, and Jenny's going to take the little bit that's left, and when I get there at the end of September, there's
it'll be all gone.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Linda. Yes, the gorgeous Linda Brumwell will join us today and inspire us with some spectacular pieces. And I really would say these are high quality finishes that you've succeeded in.
The first bundle that we're going to do, Vic, has just got a little bit. I just popped in a little bit of clear shrink plastic. It doesn't have any effect on the cost whatsoever. It's basically a free gift. Exactly. Just popped it in, and we're just going to cover that just very, very in a small way. But you've got the bundle there in front of you, but I've backed it up with beautiful gemstone, and there's a Keshi pearl in there that I've never seen before.
No,
I don't know whether you have, Vicky, those tinies.
Definitely
right,
not.
Good. Okay.
Not at all. This is probably one of the most exceptional bundles of strands of exceptional quality gemstones that we have ever put to wear within a guest designer bundle for our showcase. This is majestic. I'd go so far as to say it's boutique worthy, and I know, of course, we know that Linda has her eye on boutique jewelry all the time, and certainly succeeded in creating something rather boutique within this waterfall of majestic gemstones. Now this is coming up later on. What I'm going to start with is a designer showcase opportunity that I can't remember the last time I saw, and you know, while I've been away I've managed to flick over a couple of times to say hello to everybody and see how everything's going, but I've not seen these at all. Now yeah, I've not seen these at all in this colour range. I obviously have done shepherd hooks for you, but what I haven't done for you is this finish. Rose gold plated shepherd hooks that you have here. Rose gold shepherd hooks. Now the moment that you see that finish, I think that finesse of rose gold, you might be taken to perhaps the likes of your Cartiers and creating that luxury look of Fabergé. Now rose gold is a designer metal of the moment. It started to come back into fashion probably about 5 or 6 years ago by Rolex, who introduced a limited edition watch that just, well, it commanded some of the highest prices for one single watch that has ever been known. And since then, rose gold has been established by the jewelry trade as the luxury finish to jewelry collections. And that's why you want these, because they're going to add that added detail. They're going to add that added luxury to your jewelry collection. You're not just getting one pair, because that's not how we do it here on JewelleryMaker. What we love to do is give you maximum opportunity to create maximum quality jewelry. 100 pieces, that's 50 pairs of shepherd hooks that we're guaranteeing on a price tag that introduces you to an amazing guest designer show. It's Bank Holiday Monday, which means we're doing Bank Holiday mega deals. 100 pieces, 50 pairs for $6.95. Take a look at them all. Woo, that's a nice picture, isn't it? Multi-buys already in on this deal. County Down, Bristol, congratulations, West Lothian, London, Flintshire, Buckinghamshire, Devon, you're already there. Great to have your company. I've got buyers joining me in the Netherlands. Well, that's rather nice, isn't it? Lanarkshire, I've got County Clare, I've got the Rhondda Valley, I've got Suffolk and Dorset, I've got Nottinghamshire. Look at this, what a deal it is. What a nice way to introduce you to our mega Bank Holiday Monday show. And it is mega deal show, because with it being a bank holiday, we have so so many deals. We have so many deals to be able to fit in that are corresponding to, you know, that extra day off. Loads of people tune in on our bank holidays. Do you know, somebody told me this, and this is going to this might upset you or perturb you just a little bit. I'm just warning you. This is the last bank holiday before the new year. Did it perturb you? That is the exact word to describe how you feel. Perturbed. I've got loads of it. 4 months to the day until Christmas. Okay, I'm now equally perturbed. It's a perturbing kind of an event. Oh my life, 4 months exactly to Christmas. My heart, it doth beat just that little bit faster. $6.95 for 50 pairs of earrings. I mean, just think you add just one gemstone, and you're going to get such a good looking piece of jewellery, a designer look at that. I've got queues on the phone line, so do be patient with us. We'll process your call. We had a message coming in there, but it's disappeared. Here it is. It's Alison saying, great to see you back, Vicky, and with Linda too. What a trick. Well, I tell you what, when I saw that it was Linda, they haven't put us together for ages.
They haven't, no. But they actually had no choice today.
No, they literally didn't have a choice.
I knew you were back and I said, I'm doing that show.
Oh, did you do it like that?
I'm doing that show.
I like that. Did you not do a click?
And to be honest, it's bank holiday, Vic, so all the other guest designers were quite happy for me to do that show.
$6.95. The queues are significant on this deal, and rightly so. Stay with us. It's a busy day. It's bank holiday. You know, I'm officially going to call this Monday Meg Deal Madness. And I'm having that one. Monday Mega Deal Madness we have got for you coming your way. Now, do you know how I said, just take one of these shepherd hooks and then add one gemstone. You may be inclined to add something of this extraordinary quality to your edition of drop style earrings. Now, this is a brand new clear quartz. Now, yesterday, I did a showcase on our sister channel in America of rocks on the whirlwind cut. Have you heard of the whirlwind cut, Linda?
No, I hadn't. I've seen those this morning. I was given another sample of that when I came in, and I thought I've never seen that cut before, ever.
Well, this for me is very reminiscent of the whirlwind cut that we launched on rocks yesterday, because the attention to detail is exceptional. I mean, we've never seen anything like it before on JewelleryMaker, and I'm so excited to be able to give you the chance to be able to bring this to you. Linda, these are very special, aren't they?
They are. I've got a second strand of it here, which I've only just opened just prior to the show, and it's exquisite. I mean, that's definitely gem set quality, isn't it?
Totally. Oh, that's why I said it. You know, I'd parallel it to the whirlwind cut.
That would be a drop on just a single drop on, say, a gold chain or a silver chain in any, and I'm talking any jeweller's window, right to the top.
Well, you see, the thing is right now we're in the middle of a renaissance for lapidary work. We're in the epicenter of something really exciting, and I reckon in about 20 years' time we'll look back and go, we were there when it happened.
Isn't that nice, though?
It's so exciting
to be actually seeing that happen.
Oh yes, I mean, when you start to see the challenging experiences of some of the world's most respected lapidarists, you know, the likes of Dwyber and Webster coming through with some outlandish designs, but exquisite to Mother Nature.
It's a little bit it's a little bit being when, you know, on Antiques Roadshow you say, oh, that's an old rose cut diamond or something, and then you see the more modern, well, these are today cuts, aren't they?
Yes, oh, the here and now.
It's great to see.
An evolution, a real evolution of lapidary work, and I'm looking forward to, can't wait for those, cannot wait. Now then, those are the shepherd hooks, still got people holding online, so many multi-buys on this, like your style on that one, Martina multi-buying, Zena multi-buying, Karen's multi-bought on this deal as well. Guys who have joined us and haven't checked out the baskets in London, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Surrey, Norfolk, Yorkshire and Lanarkshire, we are looking at you needing to check out your baskets to guarantee that deal. Rightio, next deal, and I've kind of got my eye on the price to fit everything in that I possibly can today. So this is a designer inspiration show with a bit of a twist of late show and a twist of the morning show. I haven't done a designer inspiration mid-show for probably 2013 was when I did it. So yeah, nearly 6 months, or if not longer. since the last time I did a designer show. And with that in mind, I kind of think, well, you know, let's throw caution to the wind and let's make it a memorable one. Let's make it a mega day. Let's make it, well, bank holiday mega deals. That's what it's going to be. So let's move on to the next mega deal. This is such a cute addition to your jewellery making potential. Do you know somebody who you'd like to create an all-time perfect charm bracelet? Do you know somebody who you'd like to give that extra personal touch to their jewelry collection, or perhaps to your piece that you're making for yourself? If you do, charms are the way to go. Charms add personal, unique touches to your jewellery collection, and this is a perfect way to do so with a sterling silver detail, white topaz pave set, which means set with small prongs into the actual purse in this sterling silver charm. This is how much silver you're getting? That feels like a lot of silver. Whoa! No, 1.6 grams of silver in one charm. I mean, you could look at maybe 2 grams of silver creating a chain, you know, for a bracelet. That's a lot of silver. I mean, not too heavy for it to be buxom or cumbersome, but actually enough silver to know that you've got a luxury. This has got to be brand new, eh? I've never seen this before. I have been on, apparently he has been on it. I know, but I've been away for ages. I know, I've been away on my jollies. I've been exploring the south of France in a camper van, chugging along with the kids going, are we nearly there yet? No, we're not. Oh my goodness, we left for I think it was something like, in the end it was going to be like a 7-hour journey to get to one point that we really wanted to get to, or maybe it was 6 hours, and within about 6 minutes of there, both my children had gone, are we nearly there yet? I thought, oh, I'm there. It feels like a proper family holiday when you have one child saying, but I have both children, are we nearly there yet? Actually, they're great travellers, I'm very lucky. You have here a fantastic deal. This is the first time I've seen this charm, and I know it's very, very popular. Apparently, the last time Carol put it to air, the quantity that they had to allocate just flew out. So how about we give this quality of opportunity to you right now, tuned in, and of course it is bank holiday mega deals that we're offering you. Lots on lots and lots of silver in this charm. I mean, enough silver for it to be almost a silver chain. There is that much. $11.95 for this beautiful charm. A fantastic addition. The drop on this, let's just, so I know I've given you the detail. The drop on this charm, just because there's quite a nice extension of links between the actual charm itself and then the lobster, pardon me, the bolt ring clasp. Let me just get the ruler of truth out just to give you a drop on this one. The drop on this is, what, just over an inch, do you reckon? Oh, would it be helpful if I did it the right way around, wouldn't it? Oh, I did do it the right way around. It's a two-sided ruler. Oh my goodness me, who's complicated the thing by giving me a two-sided ruler? Like I need any help in complicating myself. Well, just over 3 centimetre drop. Just over 3 centimetre drop that you have from top to bottom. That's your boat ring clasp, as you can see there. So a boat ring clasp, and you have an amazing solid sterling silver charm there. What a nice addition to your jewellery designs. Okay, let's really plough through some deals while we've got the chance. Can I say thanks for joining us today? Bank holiday Monday, hoping that you're having a good day. Apparently the weather's not very nice now. I got in the building at like 5 o'clock this morning, so I've no idea what the weather's like right now, but apparently the weather is not that great where we are. Is it horrible, is it? Or is it the kind of day where you just want to stay in and make jewellery? Yes. Ah, isn't that nice? That's good. That's good. Let's be inspiring then. Let's give you the chance to be inspired. Let's go to, ooh, right at the back. Ooh, that's pretty. Now, I found something out about this gemstone yesterday that I didn't know. About a year and a bit ago, we got a supply, we got a little parcel of Ethiopian opal, and we got it at a certain price tag, and we were really chuffed with the price that we got. And of course, many of you know we often go direct to the mine source to be able to get the best deal for you, and that's across the board for all of our channels. Now, what we didn't realise at the time is that there was restrictions being enforced by the government that said that Ethiopian opal had to be cut in Ethiopia itself. Now, they put a restriction on it for 25% of all rough to be faceted and cut in Ethiopia. But from May of this year, so what, May, June, July, August, so 3 months ago, they have put the restriction on this gemstone to the point where it cannot leave 100% of all opal in Ethiopia has to be cut in Ethiopia. Now, do you know what's happened to the price since that introduction of restriction? People are paying a higher price. It's costing more, and therefore people have to pay a higher price tag. Now, of course, for those of you who know us well enough, we are pretty clever when it comes to buying, because we buy in larger quantities, which allows us to get lower prices. And that's going to be a reflection that you're seeing here, but not a reflection of what's happening in the jewelry industry. As a whole, this gemstone is outstripping supply. So quite simply, the demand on this stone is outstripping the quantity that is available within the jewelry trade. So if you want to own this, we've got the final 36 available on this double strand offer, and the opal essence from Ethiopian opal is what makes it so sought after. The actual reaction of light that takes place, they're exploding like a cacophony of qualities of colour, an explosion of dynamic rainbow colours. That's what you're exploring inside this gemstone. You've got a double strand of it. Price wise, I think if we were to say that we were, what? Well, I've just sold a single one of these. I promise you, literally, I have just sold a single pair of drop opal earrings for $9.90. One stone of this size with sterling silver set, and I sold it for $9.99. One stone for $9.99. $9.99 was probably the best price that you would ever see for Ethiopian opal on our sister channel. Ethiopian opal for $9. Oh my, don't hesitate, don't mess around, don't dilly-dally on this one. $14.99, and it's the last of stock deal, especially when you know that the price is not being maintained in the jewelry industry at the moment for this piece. The price is changing on this gemstone. That's happened in the past 3 months. So instigated just 3 months ago, May 2014, a restriction on all opal leaving Ethiopia. It had to be faceted. It has to be faceted in Ethiopia. And that's, you know, it's good for the trade, it's good for the business, but it's not good for the likes of us, because of course that therefore means that the price is going up. And that means if you want to get the deal like this one, buy it now while we've got the deal at lower price points rather than the higher price points. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know whether we'll be influenced by the pricing that's taking place in the trade industry. We just don't know until we go to buy it again, but I'd certainly warrant that this is the time to purchase. I do have a lot of people who are tuning in right now who are multi-buying today. How about I just hold it like this and then twist it so you can really see the colours coming through? I mean, that's really rather special, isn't it? Breathtaking opal essence. It's $14.99. It is a gorgeous gemstone to own, and as I say, I'm selling this kind of stone in one stone, and it literally was one stone with a sterling silver. It was a sterling silver drop, you know, literally just a piece of chain with a single stone with a shepherd hook. I was selling those for $9.99 on our sister channel. So you could replicate that, well, and it's certainly not going to cost you $9.99, because the whole strand, that whole strand is $14.95. No, it's amazing. Would you call it a single strand? Maybe you'd call it a double strand, wouldn't you, for $14.95? Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, Danny's just said, I don't know whether he'd even call it a double strand. Danny, my producer, has just said that he actually thinks that with this kind of gemstone, you're normally looking at around about a 17 and 18 centimetre strand. So that would be what we'd normally do. So 1, to, maybe you'd call it a 3-strander for what we used to seeing. The quantity that you're seeing is available, and that is it. Once it's allocated, it's gone. Web buyers know they want this. Phone buyers, you need to be patient with us today. It's very busy, and with it being a bank holiday, we knew that we were going to get a real strong reaction from a lot of people today. So we have got more call centre staff in, just probably not enough. We've got some brand new pieces to look forward to. We have got for you the Connoisseurs collection. We've also got ametrine. Take a deep breath and have a look at this coming your way. What time are we going to do this? Because I know the moment I put this to air, people will inundate me with you reckon 4 o'clock hour, yeah? Okay, Danny reckons 4 o'clock hour. What I'll say is that just don't look away for a second, because Danny might change his mind and you don't want to miss out on this. When was the last time that we put to wear this size and caliber of ametrine? Natural Mother Nature. You know that man cannot replicate this quality of colour. Literally, there is no such thing as man-made ametrine, because the heat treatment that you put to amethyst to make it a lighter colour is what changes it into citrine. But the change from amethyst to citrine happens really quickly. When this gemstone is exposed to heat, it changes from amethyst to citrine very quickly. So man cannot replicate that split between the amethyst and the citrine. It's only in Mother Nature that this split has happened. Yeah. Nowhere else in the world apart from one place that's happened, and you've got it. I know, it's exciting, isn't it? It's a gemstone that's coming your way, well, let's say 4 o'clock hour, give or take 3 hours in between when it might happen. So it's probably best just watching. We've also got loads more to look forward to. Shall we go to, sorry Danny, can you speak up? Sorry. Turn it up, there we go. Take a look at, ooh. That's some really good sunstone, you know. Wow. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to. I didn't want it to be just one gemstone that did what I wanted it to do. I want to make sure there was more. That it's on every single one. Wow. I could take any of these stones and show you the internal glitter of sunstone. Now then, can you see it? Let me see if I can catch the light and show you. Can you see? Yes, there you go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's spectacular, isn't it? So what are we looking at here? Well, what's happening inside this gemstone is that there's lots of internal trace elements, so little specks of a metallic. Standardly, it's copper inside sunstone, not all the time, but that's standardly what you'll find. And when the light hits on those little tiny flecks, it creates this adularescence, this internal glow. And this is the only gemstone that will create this glow, this almost I think just the word is glitter, internal glitter effect. It's the best way to describe it. And I'll take that piece and then I could pick up the next piece and show you exactly the same again. Every single one of these pieces has got that light internal wow factor, and these are big stones. Can you see it? I'm twisting it and finding it because obviously our cameras react differently in synthetic studio lighting, and so I have to twist it around. When you get it home, you won't have to twist. You literally will just see it illuminating throughout the gem. It's got that natural glittering capability, and that's quality sunstone. This is truly exceptional. It's so different because of the size of the stones. And normally we see rounds, don't we? We see like maybe 8 mil, 6 mil rounds. But actually, because these are open surface pairs, you have much more of an open radius. You have much more of an exposure to then see the glitter inside. Sometimes the rounds almost, they harness the light inside, so you don't always see that glittering effect. But to get an open surface to these pairs, that's when you really do get that sparkle, that real sense of, oh, look at that, that's beautiful. These are fabulous. Wow, you need to get them home to see for yourself just how exceptional the quality is. How many are we getting on a strand? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Well, coming up to 16. Let's say on the average you're getting 15. Each one of them is a show-stopping piece. I think you could use these individually and they really would be a focal point for the neckline, for the wrist wear, for the hand. It's going to be something you'll work and better work. You're going to take this to what? 66 pence per stone. If you went to your local jeweller's store, I mean maybe bead shop or perhaps your hobby and your crafting stores, if you went there and tried to buy genuine gemstones, first of all you'd probably see a handful of its and bits of probably not good enough quality to justify being in your jewellery. But would you ever see for 66 pence the quality of sunstone of this calibre? I tell you what, I'd say without a shadow of a doubt, I've never seen in any of my research the quality of this type of sunstone sitting in any of the stores that I'm talking about there. An amazing deal, true luxury opportunity, $9.95 for a full strand. And Linda, when you start to work with this size, there are so many capabilities, isn't there?
Absolutely, it's a dramatic cut. But it's the right cut, I think, to show, as you just said, the phenomena of the gemstone. And it's strange to see that its origin is Norway, because that to me looks like 2 seasons that Norway offers. They have 2 very specific seasons, or summer and winter.
Right.
And it almost looks like the winter's been caught within the summer season with all that sparkle that's going on there. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. And it almost has a pearlescent quality to it.
Well, I think that's the colour. It's the exactly. That's right. The pearlescence on a pearl. In fact, to be truthful, you just hit the nail on the head. If you actually said to me, what would I put it with? Looking at it, pearls. Yeah. Definitely.
Because it has that same lustrous sheen.
Yeah, it gives such a soft jewellery accessory, wouldn't it?
Because I do have some pearls coming up, and this is actually not planned, because as you may know, that I've literally just walked off a towel, so we have no time for planning. But here I do have some beautiful peach pearls coming as well. So I mean, maybe you would harmonise those together. You know, you could even introduce the rose gold findings as well. So then you've got that addition of textures and feminine tone coming together. I would say that you need to get this strand home to really see the benefits of the beauty from the inside and the outside. You know, that pearlized finish, that high gloss finish to the surface, and that internal glitter, the adulorescence inside, you'll only really see when you get it home. And of course, that's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. The reason that we give you that 30 days is because we want you to explore the beauty of the jewellery that you could create with the strands. And if it's not right, you send it back and your money goes back into your account. It is a no questions asked, no quibble money-back guarantee. £9.95 is all you pay. It's a big look. It is a big opportunity, and congratulations to you. Now, we are about to rewrite the rules, and I know for a lot of people who are watching this show, you'll expect one thing to happen. It might happen, but actually something else will happen. And Linda, you don't know this.
Okay.
So, at 11 o'clock this morning, I came off air from Gems, and I needed a little ladies' room stop before I went on air. And I came upstairs, grabbed a biscuit, and bumped into Danny. And Danny and I both, because I looked at this kit, we looked at this kit, him this morning, me last night. And in a matter of probably about 3 or 4 minutes, we've made a decision that we haven't told you.
Is it a good one or a bad one? Oh, I know where you're going to go then. Okay. Right. When you look like that, I thought it's good for some, and well, really good for some, and not so good for others. Is that where you're going?
I'd say it's good for everyone.
Okay.
Apart from the person who probably put it together with the intention of it being a different price tag.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. That's exactly what I thought. I could see from your eyes.
Poor Linda. It's funny that we've worked together for long enough for you to just read my eyes.
When you said that, I thought this is going to be something to do with price, isn't it?
So, there is something a little bit crazy about to happen. can I ask you to just trust me on this? If you like this look, if you want this combination, I mean, it is a cascade, a waterfall of breathtaking gemstones. We're taking you from aquamarine, we're taking you to the wonder of turquoise, we're giving you some of the most exquisite Keshi pearls. I mean, I can't remember ever seeing this silver pearl. They are extraordinary. We're about to do a very serious deal. Now, please, look, Danny, don't do it. Don't bring in the graphics, trust me. If you bring in the graphics now, I'll have sold out before we even get to even talk about the price. I know this. Hold off so we give everybody the chance, because I need you to understand what's about to happen. This is a big deal offer. This is what you'd classify as a Monday bank holiday mega deal. Trust me that if you want this deal, you need to pick up the phone now. Please understand that this is going lower than you will ever anticipate. Linda has no idea what we're about to do. The decision that was made between us within probably about 3 or 4 minutes before I had to go on the next channel, I promise you, was probably very rash, but for the very much the benefit of a mega deal bank holiday Monday. Trust me, dial now on this. You will not want to miss out. Why am I telling you it before we bring in the graphics? Because I only have 100 to allocate at this price tag. Now we should have had 150 to allocate. But because of the price that we're actually going to take this to, we've actually had to restrict it to 100, because we're actually going to take you to a mega deal offer. I keep on thinking to myself, maybe this was a bad idea, but let's just go with it anyway. Because this is a mega deal offer, you've got to trust me, 100 is not going to hang around. I'm going to introduce to you the graphics in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the graphics come in, buy. Just trust me, buy, because you will not want to miss out. It's a mega deal showcase offer, and it is a boutique combination of gemstones. Let me take you through topaz, turquoise, pink opal, rainbow moonstone, aquamarine, exquisite nuggets of pearls and silver keshis. You've got an amazing combination of luxury and opportunity here. This is a busy deal, and it's a busy day. Of course, it's bank holiday, where we know that we're going to get a lot of reaction on the phone lines. If you do find yourself holding, it looks like already a quarter of the stock is allocated, and that's even before I've really picked up the strands and introduced you to what is going to be your next boutique design. This is an influence of Linda's luxuries of gemstones and our craziness on a bank holiday mega deal price tag. The two, well, I think it's what Einstein would call an amazing combination. If you want to join me, dial early now. Oh, sorry, just to let you know, this is not all you're getting. This is not all you're getting. You're also going to get not just 1 or 2, but an exceptional 100. Is it 100? 200! Oh! 200 silver-plated copper jump rings as well. 200 jump rings plus the luxury of opportunity. These are a double strand of the moonstone. You have got here a double strand of your turquoise. I love this. Okay, it looks like we have already got pretty much half the stock allocated, right on the cusp of half stock allocated. We haven't even talked about the price. Now, Linda, when you put this combination together, and of course I must clarify that some of these pieces you would never ever anticipate being in a boutique collection under 50, let alone under £40.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I mean, just read the gemstones that are there. They're all pretty amazing.
I think I might have just given
Come on, my heart's going thumpity thump,
sorry.
bing bang bong.
I've just realised that I have put my foot in it big style. I have gone and put my foot in it big style. Goodness me, I have. Please know, whatever I've just said, I will hold to. I will hold to that price tag. I've said it in the cusp of, and you know, literally live on air. Got to do it. Got to do it, guys. We can't. Yeah, I know. Danny's just gone, Vix, I can't believe you've just said what. Okay, it's a deal and a half. It is a deal and a half. Let's go for it in the only way we can. Let's go for it in opportunity. Introducing you to what is, Linda, a boutique combination of gemstones, isn't it?
Definitely, most definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. That would be on a normal day, on a normal morning show, would certainly be a boutique collection that I would be really excited to put on air, especially with that Keshe pearl, the mummy and the babies. I really would.
And just look at the quality of these pearls. I mean, if I hold these out to you, silver pearls, I mean, wedding jewellery, I mean, winter wedding, could you imagine just adding that extra dazzle, that elegance to your jewellery collection with this? Now, I'll tell you now, without a doubt, we have a lot of people waiting to find out the price tag. So let me give you, and I know Linda's just going, she keeps on tucking down a dress like this, she keeps on going, what's she doing? Yeah. What's she doing? Right, your price tag, you've got to know, is very, very much delivering on the mega deal bank holiday that we are in. The price you should be paying, okay. Perhaps you would expect to see us take a really decent price drop on this based on it being a kit of exquisite combinations. And you know that we have got a reputation that we want to keep hold of. We're award winning and we're being voted by a number of magazines these days on the quality of our gemstones, the quality of our deals. So we want to stick to that. We want to be the reigning champions. And so therefore the price that we should be holding on this deal, and the reason that Linda's looking at me now is because the price that we should be doing, according to everyone barring, that's the price we should be holding. Linda, what did I say? What did I let slip? Anybody who was listening, who was a little bit of I said under 40. I said under 40. It came out and I went, oh, I've just said under 40. Anybody who heard me say it, you are just so, did you see my tan literally just disappeared in that moment? I went from a little bit orange to very, very white. I said it and I'm holding to it because that's the kind of, that's where I feel comfortable with. Look, it's happening right now. Trusting us, it'll always give you a great deal on opportunity. Whoa! Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. $39.95. So much combination of luxury gemstones. Topaz, don't forget November's birthstone for topaz. So nice for those of you who are setting ahead and planning for jewellery coming up in the coming months. Turquoise, December's birthstone. So again, plan ahead. Who do you need to make for? Pearls with the luxury of elegance, perhaps a winter wedding effect that you want to achieve. You've got double strands of aquamarine. Working alongside that double strand, you have your faceted drops of aquamarine. What a price tag this is. We're adding in alongside it your 200 pieces of your silver plated copper open jump rings. Those are 6mm in size. 6mm jump rings. Then on top of that, we're adding and introducing one more thing, which is actually your shrinkles plastic, and you're going to talk a little bit more about that shortly, aren't you?
Yeah, that was just, to be honest, when I finished putting the whole lot together, I spotted those and I thought, you know what, I'll pop them in. They're completely, well, they're not even a free gift, they're just something I've gone, popped in. And
have you just literally
is there anything other than free for free? There isn't, is there?
Gratis.
Okay, it's totally and utterly quite a mindless, really, thing. But I popped them in simply because the gemstones, if you want to play about with shrink plastic, because it's clear, you can almost make glassy look shrink plastic if you want to. Right, so as that shrinks down, it'll just become like a window.
Well,
right, so it will look pretty amongst the, particularly amongst the topaz and the aquamarine.
And really, in principle, at $39.99, really, we $39.95. We really have done a deal already.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the gemstones are, but popping that in as well. It's just an opportunity if somebody wants to play with it.
Just try it out.
Try it out. Exactly. Try it out in a sort of a grown-up sense.
Now, I have a lot of people who are joining us on the web right now, a lot of people joining us on the web. So please, can I ask, you need to check out your basket, because if you don't, I've got a lot of form bidders who will take out of your basket. Okay, so really, you've got to remember, if you're putting into your basket, you're basically saying you like it. You're saying it's part of your wish list, but you are not guaranteeing you own it until you check out your basket. And that's such an important thing to remember on deals like this one, because we've gone so low. I said under 40 and we've committed to under 40. You saw that the price should be over, what, over £53, was it? Over £53 you should be paying on this combination, and yet you're actually paying $39.95, and an outlandish price point in any way, shape and form, when you then put together classic qualities of turquoise, of topaz, of aquamarine. You know, I did a pair of aquamarine earrings, and I know I said I did the opal earrings, but I've also done some aquamarine earrings today. I did a pair of aquamarine earrings, not even this large, nowhere near this big, and we were offering you here a deal, 2 of those, smaller actually, probably smaller than those, and I did a deal for £49.
Really?
Two aquamarine, faceted aquamarine, $49.95, no, 99, $49.99 was the price that I charged. I mean, it's food for thought, isn't it?
Definitely.
Food for thought. When you've then got a full strand on that deal, and it's a combination of sizes that's going to give you real versatility. Now you have 7x4 by 17 by 9, beg your pardon, 13 by 9. If you do want to join us on this deal, I think just based on that price tag on one strand, you've got yourself a deal for $39.95. This has only been on air once before, and now we're on to a limited availability. And if you do want to join me on this deal, pearls alongside the turquoise, alongside the, of course, the addition of design, now is the time to join me. I repeat one more thing, please do check out your basket. I have a limited availability left for you to process. And I've got a lot of people, Merseyside, Yorkshire, Kent, Ayrshire, Tyne and Wear, Hampshire, London, Norfolk, Cambridgeshire, Buckinghamshire, Merseyside. Look, if you're there and you're on the web and you've put in your basket and I've given your location, you need to check out, because that's the only way I can guarantee this deal is yours. I said under 40. I probably really shouldn't have held under 40, but I've done it, and therefore I will commit to it. And you've got it as a, well, let's just call it a bank holiday mistake. Wonderful. Now, Linda, I would be very comfortable in calling this a boutique bundle.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd be very comfortable indeed, because in all honesty, the pieces of jewellery that you've created instantly instill in me that feeling of stepping into a hat and garden boutique, or stepping into, perhaps going to somewhere like Saint-Tropez. I went to Saint-Tropez while I was in the south of France. Yeah. I'll just drop that one in. No, but actually, I told my husband I was going to I said, we have to go to Saint-Tropez, and he looked at me and he went, why? And I went, for the jewellery. He was like, why wouldn't you go to? Because this is the type of jewellery that you expect to have that boutique feel about. You know, Saint-Tropez, of course, a mecca for the rich and famous, and you have got that real feel of boutique flavour.
Yeah. I think the thing about this collection is you can make exactly what you've just described, but you can also make you know, very contemporary, very easy jewellery, very wearable during the day sort of jewellery. But if you're in those sort of fabulous places,
I know.
You know, you can be wearing the jewellery that the fabulous crowd's wearing as well, quite easily. But they won't have paid $39.95 for no end of fantastic strands. Trust me on that.
No, yeah, exactly.
So,
and one of the interesting things is that you have worked with the shrink plastic as well.
Yeah.
And what's fascinating is that for me, every single piece, if I just bring those here, every single piece of shrink plastic can be used in its own way, can't it?
It certainly can. I mean, those earrings that you've got there was the method was to make that look as if you found bits of, say, a Macintosh window, let's say.
I was just about to say, is it inspired by a Macintosh?
Let's say you found a bit of a Macintosh window pane, you know, I mean, I wish I could, but I've never have done, but I can do it in shrink plastic.
You never know.
And then cut it relatively badly. You know, don't be worried about your lines and things, because you found a piece of glass. and then I've just drawn on sort of a Macintosh rose design, and then just shrunk it.
That's
and
it.
I was quite pleased with that, because I think actually, you know what, when you take those off of that earring stand and you wear them, they really take on a complete new look.
How much shrink plastic would you have used to create that look? So what kind of
Well,
shrinkage is there?
If you imagine that was the shrink plastic before it was stretched.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens with shrink plastic is it's that size to begin with, and then it's stretched in both directions. So consequently, when you shrink it, it's got this memory and it goes back to what it was in the first place, which is approximately 7 times smaller when you're bringing it back, and 7 times thicker. So that was what that particular piece of shrink plastic was to begin with, before it was stretched mechanically.
So if I wanted a 2 centimetre size, I would go 14 centimetres
yes, exactly.
in the shrink plastic.
It does have a 7 times shrinkage.
So is that right? So, do I times by 7? Am I doing that
yes,
right?
yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
just
and you'll
my
get a
I'm
rough
not reading
ballpark
that.
figure then.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, but you know what? Even if you've gone slightly wrong in your sizing, that piece that you've shrunk back down is going to be very useful anyway and usable. So don't worry too much about the sizes. But obviously, if you're making a pair of earrings, make sure that you're cutting both pieces of shrink plastic before you start shrinking the same size.
I've got a lot of people reacting to the kit as well right now, just saying how wonderful the jewellery is, but also how fantastic the combination of gemstones are.
Right.
Because take away the shrink plastic.
Yes, exactly.
This is a luxury of opportunity to work with. Maybe gemstones that you've never explored before. You know, have you worked with the likes of those beautiful drops of pearls? Have you worked with aquamarine in both faceted drops, but also in nuggets? This is probably a kit that really explores new avenues for some people.
Well, definitely. I mean, behind the gemstone, behind all of the gemstones, there has to be, for me, a hero or a heroine strand. Okay, and it was these, Vicky, that did it for me. I mean, if you hold up, you're better at it than I am, but if you hold up these little tiny, they're called nugget pearls, but they are, to all intents and purposes, little cashew pearls. And I've not seen any that tiny before. I've seen tiny round pearls, but I've never seen these before. And the colours on them are just absolutely beautiful. And then you put them with the next one, the next size of cashew pearl, and then you've got aquamarine and white topaz. It's just beautiful. That strand for me is a strand I'd pay $19.95 for that strand alone, without a shadow of a doubt.
That's
exquisite,
just gorgeous,
aren't
absolutely
they?
beautiful. I do just want to clarify, you get 2 strands within this bundle. So you get your keshies, which are your top drill drops, which I showed you here, those silver, but you also get these smaller pearl nuggets as well. So you're going to get 2 strands of pearls. These are your 5x3s, these are your nugget pearls, and these are your keshi top drill pearls. So you're going to get both strands. I didn't get to show you these nuggets earlier on, but you will get that opportunity to get the nuggets as well, and I know for a lot of people that's going to be a really exciting prospect, isn't it?
It was for me, as I say. I hadn't seen them before, so we got them out of the warehouse, and I haven't, honestly, Vicky. I mean, I haven't seen that size before at all, ever.
And for those of you who don't know, Linda was one of our very first guest designers when we started the JewelleryMaker program
right,
4
yeah,
years
I've never
ago.
seen
So,
them, ever.
and Linda's always got her eye on the prize in terms of gem strands that are coming in.
I have.
Always. I promise you'll never know a lady who can find treasures that are in our vaults like Linda. So this is a treasure of a find, really, isn't it? Brand
Absolutely,
new strand
definitely.
that we have here for your nugget pearls. Fantastic deal there. So Linda, what are you going to show us? What are we thinking about?
We'll just
talking about?
very quickly cover the shrink plastic. Okay, we'll just very quick, in case people think I'd like to use it but don't know how to. So basically you need to have, we've got them on the website, you need to have your
heat
this has been well used, I'm afraid. And Vic, I'm ever sorry, but could you just pop me the gun up?
Yes, miss.
Thank you. And this looks like a hairdryer, but trust me, it isn't. It's a heat gun.
Yep.
So don't even think about trying to use it to dry your hair. It won't work.
Please
As
do
will a hairdryer not work on your shrink plastic or your resin.
This is designed for purpose, isn't it?
Exactly. So if you just take, I've got a little bit of a messy piece here, but if you take a piece of the crystal clear shrink plastic, there's 2 things that you can use.
Which is
it
what you
as.
get pretty much as we would classify as free of charge within our
totally
kit.
free.
Okay.
But you can see I've made quite a mess here. Now I've just used here ordinary marker pens, what the children play with, you know, felt tips.
Oh, literally like my kids
you can
get.
use, we've got some fabulous alcohol inks, you can use those too. You can crayon, you can use any colour medium, wax crayons, glitter pencils, glitter crayons, you can use anything.
Hang on, you mean glitter as in glitter glue pen?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, just there's a word for it, the kids love them, don't they? They look like a felt tip, but they've got glitter in them too.
I know exactly what
So
you
you can
mean.
use
You
all
can use
those.
those as well?
Yeah,
And they work with the string plastic?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
fascinating.
Anything that you colour with will work. Now, as you can see on this one, it's this is by choice, sorry, but this is by choice. You can see that's just the felt tips, and because it's on the clear plastic, it's just done its own thing.
It was like tie-dye,
It's done tie-dye effect, which is exactly what I was looking for because of a very old stained glass window or an old piece of, say, sea glass that has come up on the shoreline. If you don't particularly want that runny look, you can roughen the shrink plastic. Okay, this has two smooth sides, the crystal clear has, and you can roughen it just with a fine grain sandpaper. Roughen it up slightly on the one side and then do all your colour work with whatever medium you want to use.
Can I do it with a nail file?
Yes, you can.
Whenever you say fine grain thing, I always go, I have to
An
go to the
emery
DIY
board,
shop.
an emery
but I could use an
board.
emery board.
Yes,
That's
of course you can. Yeah, anything
saves me a trip to the DIY shop.
that roughens it up. But a lot of people will have the fine grain. I know Deborah this morning had fine grain sandpaper on with her.
Just
with
not me.
But if you haven't, then anything at all that will just roughen, even those scouring pads, things like that. Okay?
Yeah. Can I just stop you now
course you can.
and ask a favour? Please, can I take one of these pieces of shrink plastic for my kids and see what we can come up with, and I'll bring it back in?
You most definitely
Can I
can.
take
No, well, I think there's
I'm definitely going to report back.
There's-
I'm just looking at this, and my children are 3 and 6.
There's 2 out of my that I had in my first.
Brilliant, and I need to learn how to do the heating thing, but I'm going to take those and I'm going to come back with results for my kids, because I think this is something that the children would just as much enjoy as myself.
Well, basically, I've got a couple here. Okay. That one. If you don't roughen the surface, you will find that whatever medium you're using, if it's felt tips or if it's the alcohol glue, it will take a while to dry. Okay. Hence my hands now.
And how long would you leave it
I'd
for?
leave that probably a couple of hours on the whole sheet. Do the whole sheet.
Right.
Tie-dye the whole sheet basically and leave it for a couple of hours.
And do I have to leave it to dry before I can heat it?
No,
Or
I'm
can it
just going
automatically?
straight into it now.
Brill,
I'm just
okay.
going straight into it now, so we'll move that one to one side. Now I'm just looking for my little bag of props, and somewhere I should have a bag of props if you...
Somebody has just messaged in and asked a question, so
Yeah,
let's while
carry
Linda's
on.
going for a search,
Carry on.
we'll just answer a couple of questions. Michelle has just asked a question. Awesome designs as always, Linda. Can you put friendly plastic in the oven if you haven't got a heat gun? If so, what temperature?
Yes, exactly the same as you would do on the polymer clay, at about 130.
All right.
Put it in on probably a sheet of parchment paper, something like that, okay? And pop that in the oven and watch the magic happen. And it'll take...
I should say what time?
Well, just stand and watch it if you can. If you've got a glass oven, stand and watch it. Otherwise, it can't shrink
I have
anymore.
to get the oven cleaned if I
Well,
have
it
to
can't
clean
shrink
my
anymore,
glass.
Vicki. That's the beauty of it. Once it's gone down to its shrinking point,
It doesn't go back.
It can't go any smaller.
Brilliant. So you
don't
can't really
have
get it
to
wrong.
worry. No.
Oh.
No. But if you want to, you'll see in a minute what happens. But as it shrinks, it goes and it all curls. And then eventually it straightens out. But you can catch it. I'll quickly show you a necklace here. If I just quickly pop that there, that's catching it while it's still curling.
Oh, that's cool.
If you can see that, it's still curling. I popped a hole in it prior to popping it in the oven or shrinking
So
it
that's
with a gun.
you've drawn a pattern on.
Yeah, I've stamped a pattern on that.
Oh, you stamped a
just an ordinary
pattern,
stamping.
heated
thing.
it,
Yeah.
caught it as it was
Yeah.
shrinking.
And pushed it away from the heat source straight away. Okay, so you can do
Did
that.
you like that? I'll do that again.
It's good fun.
That's my shrink plastic in the
It's
middle of shrinking.
absolutely good fun. I can't find
Contemporary
my
dance.
little. We'll do it with something else. Please don't shout at me. But I need something to stabilise the the shrink plastic. And I've got, what I use at home is a kebab stick. I know I've bought them, can't find them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, you'll see why I need to stabilise it. To pop a little hole.
When you say stabilise it?
Just to keep it still.
Keep it still.
Because this is warm air.
What's stabilising me?
This is hot air. So it might well do. It's going to move around.
Right, got
particularly on the shiny Teflon sheets.
And you've put a little...
I've put my hole in. Just about to say, put the hole in first.
Do you do with a hole punch?
With a hole punch. We've got a hole punch on the website. That will... The hole punch that we use for the metal hole punching and everything will work fine. Leather hole punch work fine. It's shrink plastic, so it's fine.
What about paper hole punch?
Exactly, that's what I've used.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's exactly what. This is what I've used. See, which is just a paper.
Okay, I've got one of them
paper one, so that's fine.
I'm working out what I can do with the kids, you see. I was just thinking, yeah, I need to do this before we go back to school because it'd be nice as a little activity. So this is brilliant.
So hopefully this is going to come back into a circle. Sometimes you get little parts of your shrink plastic that'll bend, and it'll, just by the nature of being the product it is, it'll catch and it will stick. Now, should that happen, so you're looking for a complete circle or whatever shape you've cut out, and part of it has stuck when it's completely shrunk down, just move it away, let it cool down for about 2 minutes, and then with, say, your round nose pliers or your flat nose pliers, just move that little bend slightly till you hear a soft click. It literally, you can hear the click.
Right.
And once you hear that click, you reheat, and it'll come back then into the shape that it
it's almost,
should have been.
Because you've got obviously all of the little the components, as you say, have been stretched out. They've got to go back into alignment, and if one doesn't go into alignment,
exactly.
it's almost just...
And it happens. It happens to the most experienced person. And there's some mega people out there that I mean, there's a lady that makes bridal hair wear with shrink plastic, and it's stunning. It's fabulous. At a few places you wouldn't know it wasn't diamante and gemstones and pearls. It's so beautiful. But you know what? She'll still say, if it sticks, this is what you do.
Right.
Okay.
Brilliant.
So we'll go for it now. But I do apologise. I'm using this bodger. So I'm going to just place that there. I'm going to put it on its highest heat, and then I'm just going to heat it.
What kind of time span do you find that it standard glue starts to react?
Straight
away. Is it seconds? Is it? Oh, literally is.
Yeah,
Look,
you can see it's curving. And you see a lot of that glue now. That wasn't dry enough. I hope you can see it because the paint wasn't dry enough.
No, it's good. It's good.
So you see where it's going. Woo, and back. Sorry, I have to move it around there. It's coming back.
This is like magic.
And stay there. Stay there.
Is there a reason that you've used wood?
No, it's just because it was there, Vicky. I mean,
right. I just didn't know whether you said a cut. Say, watch it.
There we go. And there it is. It's finished.
You should hear the reaction in my ear in the gallery. They're all going, "Oh, do it again!" And oh, that's nice.
I think that probably is the exciting part of the whole thing. It's fun.
My kids are going to love this.
You know, if you imagine any conceivable shape. Let me just show you quickly.
Oh, my kids are going to love this. I'm going to be like that. Mummy's going to do some magic now.
Half my things have disappeared. Just 2 ticks. Hang on. 2 ticks. I'll be back.
Okay. Can I hold this up then?
Yeah, you can.
Right. If I hold this up, it's still warm, but it's not what too warm for me to pick it up.
I'm back.
Can you see that? So it literally creates. And as you can see,
but this can be with anything. Let me just quickly show you.
Let's do it. Glynis has just texted and she's just said, "Wow, innovative use of shrink plastic. Loving the scrunch effect."
Exactly. That's what you'll enjoy. You will enjoy playing with it. Honestly, I know it might sound quite a childlike product, but it's a childlike product that really can be grown up. You know.
Oh, totally.
And I mean, I sort of these little shapes and things here. I think you can pick these up. I've done just really to show you what.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, this is all shrink plastic.
Yeah, I thought they were.
There's little Alice in Wonderland things there, and this is an auntie's in the 1930s. Her mum and dad bought her this book of childhood stories and nursery rhymes, and I've still got that book. So I've just drawn around the shapes.
Oh, Linda, that's so cool.
You know, so it.
Oh, I can't wait to do this with the kids. This is so fab. I just need to go home now. You know, when you just go, oh, I need to get this. And I'm just going to read out. Doris has just got in touch. She said, using shrink plastic with kids, get a cardboard box and put the piece in the bottom. Then use the heat gun. Kids love it, and they can't touch the hot bits. Oh, that is a good idea. Especially with my 3-year-old son, who literally doesn't matter how many times she said, "Don't touch it, we'll touch it," whatever. So I'm glad you said that. I'll take that. Thank you, Doris. That's a great tip. Taken on board, and thank you for saving me from heat gunning my child.
Right, well, really quickly, in the hope that it will work again, on the necklace on the end, there are the rounds, and there's also these sort of calla lily shapes.
Ooh, that's nice.
Now those were done after I'd pre-roughened the crystal. You can get shrink plastic.
The crystal plastic. You're talking about, okay.
That's right. The crystal plastic. It's called crystal shrinkage, I think, something like that.
Okay.
And I've sort of roughened the one in, so you can see that the glue, the colouring on it has stayed quite in its place. In other words, you can see on those as well.
Yeah.
And those are all pre-roughened. No, I've roughened all of those up.
Just to clarify how much you roughen it, just so I know that I get it right.
It will turn slightly opaque. Okay, you'll see the scratches on it, but because it's shrinking so violently, it really works for keeping your colour blocking in, if you see what I mean. And you don't see that, you don't see any scratching on it whatsoever.
Great.
Too minute.
So you're going to do the calla lily for
in the hope that we can get this one to do the round shape. We'll do it again. So we just take the heat gun, probably about 2 or 3 inches. Trying to keep it stable, and then I'll quickly try and grab it.
So the before is literally just a piece of cut out plastic.
Yeah. So we're going to do that. You could actually cut a teardrop shape for this, which I've actually got one there, so we could try it again in a minute. So we let that go, and then when it's got to that shape, now wear gloves, I'm used to it, but wear gloves, and then just pull
you can bend it.
Yeah, you see, it hasn't burnt me at all. Just pull it like that, and that's just prior. We can pick that up, it's still a bit warm. Cool. But you've just got your little calla lily shape.
It does get hot, but just to clarify, it's not hot enough for you not to touch, but you just have to probably be quite cautious, certainly with the kids.
You can, that's right, certainly with the children. And then through there, you can easily pass a head pin all the way through to the top, and then you can see the, sorry Vicky, you can see the drops on the necklace that you just use in normal jewellery making use.
But just to clarify, when you're using the felt tips, you've got to leave it for a couple of minutes, because obviously this is, we haven't left it for long enough, and it has just, it does come off.
It's only because in here, it's quite humid, it's not really very dry. The other, I think we may well have some of the other shrink plastic on the website, don't quote me, but there is one that is sort of opaque. Now that dries in a heartbeat.
Right, okay.
Okay, that dries in a heartbeat. It all depends what you want to have as your final result, really.
Perfect. And you said you've got a pear shape, because we want to see the before and after.
Right.
We want to see the before and after.
Well, this one isn't quite dry, but again, that one, that's going to be quite...
That's the size of it, just so everybody knows. And just to remind you that it's basically 7 times the size of what it ends up at. So you need, if you want a 2 centimetre piece for working with, you then need a 14 centimetre size for there. So there is...
Exactly. Let's use this time. Sorry, Vicky.
And we've just been asked, what are you using to cut the shapes? Stella's just asked.
Right. Stella, you can use anything at all. If you're a card maker, you've got lots of cutters, you know, flower cutters, round cutters, you know, literally they are, a lot of them are on sort of pinchy handles like this. Right, on pinchy
rotary cutters.
Well, they are...
What are they called?
There's lots in the card making world, in that type of industry, that have shapes, pre-made shape cutters, and any of those. If you just want to go, you could just use scissors. So trace a shape.
Can I use scissors?
Of course you can.
Do I have to go and buy something from the
DIY
shop
in
again?
the first place. Those are just cutters to make a shape. Okay. So just draw the shape on. Draw the shape on it with a pencil,
normal scissors.
just normal scissors. Okay.
Well.
The only other the only other tip I'll give you, if there are sharp points to the images that you're making, say you were making a a real sharp diamond shape. When you cut that shape out, just always go around the external edge of the shape that you've drawn. In other words, not on that shape, just say 1 millimetre outside the shape. And then when you come to the real point, just cut them with slightly rounded
edge.
Because it's those points that tend to curl and stick.
Okay, great.
So
Are you ready for this one
see if
then?
we can see what shape. This will dry as we go as well. Again, see all the paint's just going into it, so I haven't pre-roughened them.
This is the bit that I get excited about, because I mean, you think it's all going horribly wrong when it goes all shrinkly, you know, and then all of a sudden it comes into full bloom again, doesn't it?
Although this one, you see, is stuck. Okay, so no, it hasn't. No, it's coming out. It's coming out on its own. No, it isn't. It hasn't stuck.
So if it's stuck, you just keep heating
it? Well, you just give it a second.
Manipulate it.
And then once it gets to that point then, where we know it's completely fully shrunk, what you can do then to flatten it, oops, let's make sure we don't have a fire.
That
what
took
you can
38
do,
seconds.
What you do is to completely flatten it, is to put a sort of a heavy object on it, a book, an old book, or something, anything that's heavy, just prior to, because it cools down really, really quickly, but that's still got some movement in it, see, so we can actually move that into the colour shape
Again, we were looking for.
Yeah, we can get that larger colour shape look. But you can also, oh, I like that, I've never seen that one before.
Before and after.
Clever. Excellent. That's a good, clever.
Isn't he? That's our Tom. He makes me proud.
Wow. But as I say, you can make beads from shrink plastic as well, and to make a very simple shrink plastic bead, just get your whole sheet of shrink plastic, the complete sheet, and then just cut from a point at the corner at an angle, coming all the way through, say, a 30-degree angle. And then have the point at the bottom and come back through, say, 30 degrees the other way. Okay. So you're getting zigzags on the whole of the sheet of plastic. Cut all those out, hit each one individually, and then just, keep every one individual, don't heat them all in one go, obviously, because you need to roll them. So one at a time, heat them, and then just get a little cocktail stick or something, turn the pointed end over and keep rolling, and you get a really nice bead.
Does it like layer on top of each other?
Yeah, you do. I haven't got one on this one, but this is a necklace that I think we may have some sari silk coming up. But this is a necklace using this stained glass technique as well, and just head pins wrapped in sari silk. So that's quite a really bohemian looking
that's beautiful
necklace. And again, I've put here as dangles, I think is it that side? The calla lily look, and just adding the gemstones to give it a bit of a twinkle.
So that's cushioning, that's literally wrapping around the sari silk.
Yeah, just wrapping sari silk.
Working with the shrink plastic to just give that feature coin, and then a couple of, I mean, could you imagine what that would be in a jeweller's shop? I went to a theatre. And you might know that my in-laws, well, my friends from my in-laws, they used to work in a theatre down in Salisbury. Right. And I went to another theatre, quite a small theatre, not so long ago, and they had jewellery displayed, both the places. So the theatre now has jewellery displayed in these cabinets. That would be sitting in one of those cabinets for £40 or £50, wouldn't it? That would most definitely go £40 or £50.
Yeah.
That's a feature piece of jewellery for your collection. That would be one of those pieces people would remember the time you wore the jewellery rather than what you did on the day. You know, that's the kind of jewellery that you could be making for literally a matter of pennies when you put together the sari silk, the shrink plastic, a few gemstones and a bit of chain. That's it. Exactly.
And the nice thing about it is, as you have just said, it's not going to cost anything, but my word, does it have an effect. And that's the thing about shrink plastic as well, you know, you really, sky's the limit, absolutely the limit what you can do with it. Oh, that's going to make some fabulous.
Quickly drop in the sari silk, because if you've just seen that, and I know there'll be people who go, but I don't have any, I want to create this look. This Well, this for me, bringing together the shrink plastic, bringing together the sari silk, and then perhaps a few of the gemstones.
Yeah.
Maybe you could introduce perhaps something like the pink opal. Maybe you'd introduce something maybe you'd put those together to create this wonderful neckline look for yourself. You know, you could capture this look with the shrink plastic, which of course came free with the kit that we just offered you. Then on top of that, you got the gemstones. Then we're now going to give you an add it to your order deal. Danny, let's do this as low as we can so we can give it as an add it to your order, because I know loads of people will have said that they want to make this. So can you give me the very best deal? Should be $17.85. Are you joking? Sorry. Each one of these separately sells at £5.95. So I have just given you, this is what you'd classify as a bank holiday mega deal. Mega deal. I mean, when I said best price, I honestly thought you were going to tell me I could do them for maybe £15, a fiver each. I was thinking, all right, might push it to 12 if you're lucky. This is JewelleryMaker on Bank Holiday Monday. We only had 60 to offer, 61 to offer to be precise. And now look at it just flying, ridiculous. In fact, this is redonkulous. That's it is literally beyond. That means you buy one and you get each one of those for 50p.
Ridiculous, isn't it? And there must be, I'd hate to say how many yards, because somebody might check it, but I'm sure we could go around the building outside and back again. And they are ribbons, which is nice because they are ribbons. It's a bit like when you untwine the wool, you know, and then you wind it on. But they are ribbons, and there are various patterns going on in there, and all you have to do is literally take an eye pin and twist it around the one end near the eye, perhaps pop a tiny little bit of glue at that point there, and then just twist and twist, gather it more in the centre, a little bit more in the centre of the bead itself, and then thin it out again to the tip. Again, tiny drop of glue, make another eye pin at the end, and then just because I could, I took some 0.4 wire just to give an extra touch to it and wound it around. It's a bit sort of Mardi Gras Harlequin sort of look. Do you know, I'd watched Phantom of the Opera, the film, the night before, and it was the ball thing that I think was in the back of my head. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one.
I'm there with you. I was there. At $6.95, it's final stock now. You've seen that 60 just disappear. That's because it's a Bank Holiday Monday bonanza that we've just done as a deal there. Ludicrously low, but great deal. I've got probably about 10 times as many people who want this deal. We only had 61, and yet now I've only got 3 left, and it looks like I've probably got about at least 50 to 60 people still on the phone lines trying to dial. Web buys, congratulations there, magnificent deal. Now, we've already done some spectacular deals so far, but I'm not going to stop now, and in fact, my intention is to be able, wow. This is going to be nice alongside the aquamarine drops, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh my, it's 3 strands.
Oh, it is too.
Did you realise?
What's that? Is that what I think it might be?
Garnet,
Yeah.
iolite and amethyst together in a... You need to know that this is a very special guest designer show. I feel like you might be tuning in thinking it's still a morning show, or actually into the late show with the deals, but just be warned that whatever time you tune into JewelleryMaker, you're going to get something special take place. This bundle is what you'd call a triple trouble deal. If you watch the morning show, we do triple troubles, yeah,
we do.
And triple trouble deals are literally 3 feature aspects, whether it be gemstone strands or anything like that, but 3 features which are going lower than we should when they're working together, and this is very, very exciting. If you got the aquamarine, I'll quickly show you the aquamarine alongside it, just so you can see how well they work. Do you know what I'd put alongside it as well? I'd put the pearls alongside.
I was just going to pick them up.
Yeah, see, I was there. I was with you there. I see. It's just when we stand together, she rubs off her creativity with me. But if you got the aquamarine drops and the pearls together, that would be glorious to work it alongside the amethyst. The garnet is so deep and intense. It's got such a burgundy luxury. You know, think about a bottle of wine before it's popped. Oh, you know where I went to when I was on holiday? I went to a champagne tasting place.
Maybe left some for me.
No, I didn't leave any at all. I just kept on talking to the guy thinking, just keep pouring. I'll keep tasting if you keep pouring. 3 strands that you have right here. Feature drops, iolite, amethyst and the garnet. Deep and exciting, rich colours that you're getting. Rich colour often means great quality gemstones, and that's what I can see here. The price you should be paying is already enviably low.
I thought that was going to be the price. I'm thinking, whoa,
no,
what a deal.
This is where we should be holding. And really, I think for 3 strands, $13.85.
Whoa.
Well, £3.32 is as low as I can probably ever anticipate us doing for this grade of gemstone, for this collaboration of drops. And when you work with drops, Linda, you've got so many different permutations of design style.
Exactly. I mean, I think these are great for on the necklace there with the tumble of the little Keshi pearls and things. You imagine that just sized up a little bit. They're all falling around the shrink plastic there. They are so useful again in this sari silk design as well. They evolve sort of what I call a boho chic look.
Yes.
So you've got those cutting edge gemstones,
Absolutely.
but because of the way that they're presented, they're quite boho chic. That's what I love about these.
And what's interesting is that with a strand like this, you actually get lots and lots of different shapes, but sizes and colours that are very collaborative.
Exactly.
You know, you're not just looking at separate pieces of jewellery here. They really could collaborate to unify one piece of jewellery, because the depth of the colour, the quality of the colour that you're getting from each one of these is very much unifying. They're different colours, but because of the saturation, the intensity is really, really matching.
Definitely.
Gosh, there's a lot of people there today. I told you it's bank holiday madness with us. I warned you yesterday evening when I joined you. I just flicked my head in, and Ali was there. She said hello to me, and I was like, yes, and I have got a series. I told you, bank holiday Monday madness deals I had for you today. £9.95 is all you pay for your 3 strands, and that includes the quality of amethyst, iolite and garnet together. Should be $13.85, which I actually think is much lower than I would have anticipated, but the price you're actually paying is $9.95, working out at £3.32 a strand. Andrea, lovely to have your company in Lincolnshire. Rachel's there, Joanne, Lynn, Philip, you've definitely got yours. Christine, Jill, we've got loads still to fit in this show. I mean, literally, it is a rammed show, isn't it?
It certainly is, absolutely, yeah. Hang on in there and watch it all.
And your next kit, I was just so chuffed with the amount of soutache that we have available in one kit.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's only...
The cords.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I'm with you then. It's, I'm really pleased with this soutache design, really pleased with it.
See, I've not seen the design, but when I looked at the bundle, I was thinking,
there's a lot of gemstone in it too. I think there's 6 or 7 strands of gemstone in it as well. But
there's loads of cord and of the threads. There was loads that I was reading. Am I right in saying?
I think to be honest, I think I've only put a couple in. I think that might be an added bundle that hopefully, I think that's it. I think that's it.
All I'll say is if you are interested in exploring the avenues of soutache with Linda, this is going to be the deal for you for today. Bank holiday inspiration all the way. And we have got coming soon the Connoisseur collection, probably some of the most extraordinary lapidary work. I mean, this is what you classify as a revolution of opportunity that we're introducing to you today with JewelleryMaker. And all I'll say is just don't look away for a second. Bank holiday madness continues. Don't move a muscle.
Did Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at JewelleryMaker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
The four most common details considered in the industry when securing a quality gemstone are described as the 4 C's. The first C we look for is colour. The colour of a gemstone refers to the hue, tone, and more importantly, the even saturation of colour within the gemstone. This can make the difference between a poor stone and a highly exquisite gem, being highly sought after by collectors worldwide. Secondly, we look for clarity. Almost all gemstones can contain some type of inclusions formed during crystallization. Some gemstones, for example emerald, are acceptable with inclusions, whilst others are graded on how clean they are. Then we look for carat. Gemstones are always measured in carat weight when cut and commonly in grams as rough. Additionally, there are 100 points in every carat, so every point counts. And last but definitely not least, we come to cut. The cut is the most misunderstood and underestimated of the 4 C's. The cut should never be confused with the shape of the gemstone. This is the 3-dimensional form, whilst the cut is the direct manipulation of the gemstone's facets by the lapidrist. Many factors are involved here, including the vision, experience and expertise of the lapidrist. If accomplished perfectly, a truly exquisite gemstone can be crafted into a work of art.
Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. Lovely to have your company, and it's busy. It's Bank Holiday Monday, and Goya boy, are we making some serious Bank Holiday mega deals happening. We've already seen sari silk going to $6.95 for 3-pack, and you know that shouldn't have happened. We've already seen a kit that should have been at over £50, and you've just seen it for under 4. We're in the mood to treat you today, and the kits are coming thick and fast. Soutache coming away later. Linda was talking about the mega strand combination. You'll see this here with some of the Soutache additions that you'll need if you want to create the design that Linda will take you through step by step and inspire you to make in the coming hours. We have also got coming our way some Soutache cord. I did talk about it. It's all there in a big mega pack. So I didn't dream it. I was thinking to myself when I said it, I was thinking, I must have dreamed that then. I didn't dream it. It is there. It's just in a separate bundle. So we've got Soutache cord coming your way as well. Everybody take a deep breath. And let me introduce something extra special. Coming today, within this half-hour showcase, I am introducing to you the Connoisseur Collection, luxury, high-grade lapidary work. This is skill and craftsmanship of the highest order. When you start to investigate the luxury of design that we've placed into these pieces, you know that we are establishing some of the highest end boutique appeal of quality lapidary work. One of the things you've got to know is that when we first introduced gemstones to JewelleryMaker, which was right at the very beginning 4 years ago, I don't think we ever would have expected to evolve so quickly into boutique quality gemstones like this. And this is highest order quality stones with the highest order of lapidary skills. I mean, this is us using the very best of our expertise to release the wonderful beauty of each one of these stones. This is a Connoisseur's Collection offer, restricted stock. Availability is very limited on this deal. They're not drilled, which is a good, I know for a lot of people is a good thing. We are talking about potential to gem set the breathtaking qualities of high-grade lapidary work into your jewellery, and only 25 available. I know. When you know how many people are watching, when every time I do a deal I get a response of 50 people instantly on the lines, I think it's fair to say that I'm not going to have enough to go around. Just 25 available. We're on countdown. Let me give you a countdown of time. Danny, what time can I say I'm guaranteeing that we'll do that? Let's give a specific so everybody knows that too. 20 minutes time. Okay. 20 minutes time, that's all you have to wait for that. 25 only available, those. That's the warning that you need to heed. Right, let's start with a showcase of pearls. Now, I have got coming your way a medley of some of our most enviable qualities of pearls. We have found in the last 6 months to 9 months, the price for us to buy pearls is starting to change. Not quite enough of a change for us to really have to influence your pricing right now, but we have seen globally the retail business on pearls really changing in price, really changing in price. Now, of course, as you can see here, you've got this luxury of your dyed pearl with then the drilled detail right through the center to give that elegant luxury finish. I mean, this is what you'd classify as a timeless gemstone. A price tag on pearls that I will clarify as at the present time changing rapidly in the retail and in the trade. We recently went to try and buy some pearls, probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago now. We went to try and buy some pearls to restock, and the price tag had changed over 20% higher to what we'd previously purchased. 20% higher just in a short period of time. Now, we've held back on putting that price effect to you. What I'll say is that I don't know how long we'll be able to absorb the pricing. I don't know how long we'll be able to absorb that the price of pearls is changing. Enjoy it. I did warn you, and I don't want to be the person who goes, oh, I did say this, but I really did warn you. Can you remember, Linda? We did a pearl showcase.
We did.
About a year ago. No, probably about 9 months ago. Maybe a year. Probably about 12 to 9 months ago, we did a pearl showcase, and I did loads of research, and I said, look, you've got to know that the price of pearls has changed, and everybody was like, oh, she has to say that, oh, she's found the research and she's made it. I didn't make it up, and now this is the facts. The price of us buying has already gone up by 20%, but globally it's gone up by 40%. So you've got to heed our warnings. If you want to own pearls, you want to work with pearls, buy it now while we can do these prices. If you don't buy now, there's a chance that you could miss out altogether, and I don't want you to miss out on deals like this. Not for 8x7 pearls at $11.95. Really? $11.95 is all you pay. They feel as good as they look. That's the wonderful thing about pearls. Lilac purples, multi-buyers galore. An amazing feature opportunity. Now, if I just show you in the past 4 years what's happened, and in my research, this was around about 9 months ago, I did some research, And in 2010, the production of pearls coming from one very important aspect, one very important location in China, which produces around about 60 to 70% of all pearls coming into the jewellery trade. Their production was 3,000 tonnes. Sounds like a lot, but 3,000 tonne was their production. That is in 2010. That equaled in the same production in 2011. As you can see, half that production for 2012, and then dropped again in 2013. Now, heading into 2014, they expected another drop in production, because this is a non-harvest day. Do you know that pearls go round in 5 years? Did you know this, guys? Did you know that pearls go round in a 5-year harvest? So what happens is, every 5 years, they leave that fifth year as a non-harvest year, and then they continue to harvest another 5 years. They give another year of non-harvest, and they continue that again. Now, because of that, we're in a non-harvest year. So what you're about to see that chart of production? It'll drop, and it'll drop significantly. And when that drops significantly, what will happen to the price? Exactly. When somebody wants something that they can't get a hold of, they're prepared to pay a higher price for it, and that's what's happening in pearls right now. So according to many of the big pearl providers, we are actually bringing you something of a non-harvest pearl year right now in 2014. If you do want to join us, Karen, you've got yours. What's significant about what's happening in the harvest of pearls is that it influences the price, and as I say, you'll find in the retail business at the moment, the prices are very much affected. We found a comparison that in the same period of time, September to November last year to the year before, 40% price difference. 40% price difference, up, not down, 40% more expensive than it had been the year before. So that's just the kind of identity you've got to have. We've experienced even just recently a 20% price hike in our own purchasing, so please do expect that the prices will be rising on these pearls in the coming weeks and months. It's just how it is, you know. We'll only be able to observe a certain percentage when we'll have to say, okay, we're honest, we're open, we're transparent with our price, and if we get a great price, you get a great price. If we have to pay a higher price, then unfortunately so do you. It's just how it works. We try to be as honest and as reputable and as transparent with our pricing as can. Sydney, you've got yours. Sue, Karen, congratulations. London buyer, in Arizona joining me. Hello to Joanne. Hi Joanne, hope you're well over there. Great to have your company. $11.95. We're a bit of a global industry right now. We've got Netherlands, we've got Spain, we've got France, we've got US. Wow. I think it's me. I think obviously I'm traveling the world in my dreams, and I'm telling everybody about it. As I say, just in my dreams. Now then, take yourself to the ivory colours of Chantilly lace. A Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down a wiggle and she walks. This is Chantilly lace, vintage lace colour. I'm just transported to my wedding dress because I had a vintage lace wedding dress to celebrate my wedding day, and this just takes me there to that colour. The vintage quality of these creams and peachy tonal qualities. There's a champagne effect about this. These are lovely. You know what? These are classified as light peach. I'd say vintage cream. I'd say much more along the would you agree, Linda? I'm not saying something that's...
No, absolutely no. I mean, like you just said, vintage, it almost brings out the Honiton lace colours.
Yes, that's it.
You know, so yeah, definitely. And Keshi pearls for me are lace in a gemstone.
Yes, anyway, they have that beautiful vintage feel about them, don't they? This is so exciting. This is really exciting, really exciting. And if you do want to have that quality, and of course we've introduced lace recently as well, haven't we? So anybody who got the lace within was it about a week and a bit ago?
No, it's before you went away.
No, it wasn't.
Was it not?
No.
Really?
Yeah, because I went away 3.5 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, then it was probably 3 weeks ago then.
So not that long ago we introduced this beautiful range of lace, and as I say, I was away, but I heard about it, that's for sure. And here you have that lace vintage feel to your pearls, luxury Keshi pearls at that, giving you that movement, giving you that texture, giving you that timelessness. You know, I always think that the likes of the films like The Great Gatsby could have been actually filmed yesterday for some people because of the vintage wearability of some of the clothes, and you know, that's the lovely thing about it. Danny's just slowly absorbed the fact that I was away for 3.5 weeks. About 2 weeks ago, apparently, the lace was launched. Yes, I know, I was away for quite a long time. Making up for it today, working back-to-back shifts, 10 hours solid, thanks very much. Yeah, back-to-back shifts. Look at this against the neckline. Are you looking for that vintage flair? Do you want to get that timeless appeal to your jewellery collection? I think this is the way we do it. This is the way we can introduce it to our jewellery collection in the most enviable of feminine shades of quality. Vintage lace. You have not just said to me, did you say 9 or 19.95? You said 9.95, didn't you? This is not 19.95. In my ear, and Danny and I, we've only worked together a couple of times, so I'm just getting used to his voice. And I know it's funny because everybody will go, what do you mean get used to his voice? But when you've got somebody in your ear and they're right in your ear and you're trying to listen to them, you get used to certain voices, you get used to certain producers, because obviously I work with Dion a lot, etc. I've never worked with Danny. This is the second time. Yes, this is the second time we've worked together. So I'm just getting used to his voice, getting used to his accent as well. And the thing is that you did say 9 at 95, not 19. Vintage pearls, vintage cream pearls for $9.95. Now the reason that there's so many people who have already allocated double reactions on this, people multi-buying more than one, that's crazy. Vintage luxury. I'm thinking maybe, you know, that wedding environment of heading towards that elegance and timelessness to your jewellery collection.
Exactly. You can do a lot with cashmere pearl. You can make them into really complex designs, or you can use them as they are. Can you imagine that just on a hair band for the bridesmaid, for the little bridesmaid? I mean, look, you don't need anything else.
Oh, that is pretty.
Exactly, you don't need anything else. But then you can put them into really complex, what I call busy designs.
They just said, "Oh, you're allowed to do a close-up." Do the roots look really that bad?
So pretty, isn't it? Whatever age, to be truthful, that's pretty.
That looks really pretty, doesn't it? And I'm wondering, you know, like this.
Yes, exactly.
You know, almost like your... That looks really cute though, doesn't
Very
it?
nice,
For
yeah.
You know, the likes of just getting that 1970s flair.
Yeah,
you know,
or if you're getting married in,
look.
I was doing something on Saturday afternoon on the mid-show, and we were talking about weddings, sort of different weddings, and this one I was talking about was a friend of mine, her daughter wants to get married in a forest. There's your Titania look, isn't
that's
it?
Titania.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. At $9.95 is all you pay on this deal. If you do want to join us, now's the time to do so. 0800 644 655 is the number to dial at JewelleryMaker.com. Is where you can join us. $9.95. Oh, sorry, I've just found out that Leah and Amelia are getting married. Sorry, but I've been away and I didn't know. I need to give cuddles, girls. That's amazing news. Oh, that's lovely. They're getting married, not in the morning. Oh, girl.
Trust me, they've got so much jewellery, so many shoes, so many bags, so everything. They can just choose what wedding they want.
Oh, girls, that's so exciting. Oh, you didn't just get married. Oh, I'm so excited for you girls. Oh, my heart's beating. When you said that, I was like, is that it? In my ear, Danny went, and obviously Amelia's getting married, and I was like, is he winding me up? Is he like, I can't believe that I've been away for so long that you've gone and got engaged when I wasn't around. Very dare you. That's wonderful news. I'm so chuffed. £9.95 is the price you pay. Oh, it's our first Jewellery Maker wedding. Ooh. Danny, could you make it the second Jewellery Maker wedding? He says not on his Nelly. Oh, those words there or thereabouts. Right, where should we go to next? Yes, please. Can I do the lime green? Oh, thank you. How many have I got left? Big deal. Right, hold on to your hats. Everybody who's got a phone in their hands right now for the last vintage pearls, if you are holding that, stay there. I'm just going to hold these in my hand for a second. Do you want to own pearls? I presume that the answer is yes, because I don't know anybody who would say no to pearls. They're such a timeless piece for a jewellery collection. Do you want to own pearls for less than £10? Good, because obviously we've just done that amazing deal of £9.95. So we've done that, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
We probably should step away from a pearl showcase when we finish at £9.95. However, this is a bank holiday mega show and we are doing you a mega deal offer. Graphics are in, web buyers will instantly react. They'll see the price tag straight away. Phone buyers, you've got to dial. You've got to dial. Now is the time to dial. Do not hesitate. Don't miss out on this. If you miss out, you miss out on a huge deal. 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker.com. We're about to break the rules. Promise me that you will get this deal right now. I have got to say the phone lines have already lit up. Thank you for trusting us, but I've said under tenner. Under a tenner for look at the size of these pearls. Look at the size of these pearls. Already I've got 40 allocated on the web, 50 allocated. I can't keep up with you. I cannot keep up with you. 50 people on the web who have already allocated. That's because our web buyers have access to the to the price tag before our television viewers. That's just the way we do it. If you want to access the web, you can. It's there for you. JewelleryMaker.com. It is a bank holiday bonanza of a deal. Under £10. The size of these, 10 by 9 to 15 by 10. That means we're looking at luxury size. If you went to a jewelry designer, or if you went to a gemstone expert and you'd said to them, what would you classify as a luxury size pearl? They'll tell you over 10. I guess some places would probably say 9 mil. That's because you're not getting the size of pearls that you used to. But I'd say if you were going to get a luxury size pearl, to guarantee, say 9.5 mil, and you're looking at luxury. Look at the size you've got here. 9 by 10 to 15 by 10, less than £10. Breaking every pearl rule that we have probably just introduced to you. We've got to remind you that the prices that we're seeing, that we're experiencing in the trade right now, buying the pearls, is not a reflection of the price you're about to pay. I'm double figures now. I had a bigger quantity to start off with, but it's not hanging around. First come, first served. It's a mega deal on our bank holiday Monday. Whoop, whoop. 7.90. Can I have a whoop, whoop? Woo! Yes, £7.95. We didn't have a whoop whoop for the getting married girls. Sorry, can I have a whoop whoop? Whoop whoop! Ah, they're gonna get it married. Oh, I'm so excited, girls. Oh. £7.95 is all you pay for this luxury pearl strand. It's these wonderful zesty lime greens. They are straight drilled, so you've got straight through the Baroque pearl, and that means versatility, doesn't it, Linda?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, they're like, they've just been dipped into a regular lime, and I'm talking the fruit.
Yes.
So they're a classic cream, just being dipped in and out of that lime. They actually do make my mouth water. The citrus look,
doesn't it?
Coming
you almost
off
need a G&T to go with
you
them.
You certainly do. That would be nice. But just restranded would be absolutely beautiful. But I can see those as the most exquisite drop earrings because of the size of them. I mean, look how beautiful that is.
Look at that. I know. It is a little bit. I mentioned the word G&T in the middle of the day, and Danny's just went, "What, Vix? Are you still on holiday?" What do you mean? I started at 9 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm joking. 8 o'clock, of course. If If you want to join us, $7.95 is all you pay for this tremendous luxury pearl. Ooh, pearls with peridot, says Jane. Jane has just messaged in. Oh, you are
exactly.
so right.
She is.
Put that with a, ooh. You know what I'd say? Pearl with prasiolite.
Yep. Definitely.
Pearl with a gin and tonic. Sorry. You got your luxury pearls. Say that again. What does it? Laura's just asking, how do the pearls get to be different colours? Sometimes natural formation, sometimes dyed. It just depends on what pearl you're buying. These are dyed, but some that you can get are naturally coloured. Some of them, say for example, you can get from the black-lipped oyster. The black-lipped oyster that can be found in the Tuamotu Gambier archipelago lagoons of Tahiti, those actually are naturally forming of black pearls. So it just depends on what oyster, and it depends on where you're locating. And as I say, some can be naturally coloured and others can be dyed, and these are dyed. Thank you, Laura, for your question in Derbyshire. Hopefully that answers you. $7.95. Oh, we're on countdown now, aren't we? I've just looked at the time, just looking at the time there, and I'm on countdown towards our connoisseurs collection. Every time I've seen these, I just feel like I've been transported to perhaps our sister channel of gems, or, you know, the gem collector, because I never expected 4 years down the line for us to be introducing this grade of gemstone cut and this grade of gemstone to only 25 people, unfortunately. Yes, I know it's 25 people only, but I never thought I'd introduce that level of opportunity. Good luck for you. Good luck if you're watching for that, and it's coming up in probably about a minute or two's time. Let's just remind you that you've got around about 50 chances left to confirm. There's a lot of multi-buyers, so it's quite difficult for us to work out the quantities that we have left, because I've got Anne buying 2, I've got Yvonne buying 2, Greater Manchester Anonymous, you've got yours 2, Josephine, you've got 3, Rita's got 2, Rosemary's got 2, Gillian's got 3 in County Durham. So there's a lot of people who are multi-buying on this deal, and I do still have web buyers who haven't checked out the basket. Don't forget that these are one-off deals within our bank holiday Monday show, so once they're gone, they're gone. I can't guarantee the price again. I wouldn't dare to guarantee this size of pearl again for $7.95, but you may as well make the most of them, especially when you're thinking about taking the limes and heading into autumn and winter. Add yourself some smoky quartz against the lime greens, and you're taking yourself to a totally different dynamic of beauty. I don't suppose we've got any smoky quartz in today, have we? No, we haven't. That's a shame. But I tell you what, look, this is the Soutache that we have coming up later on. Now, if I say to you, there's the Soutache coming up, can you see how the limes go so beautifully with those chocolatey browns? I mean, that's heading into autumn and winter clothing, isn't it? And accessories. That's glorious,
well, I was reading, sorry to interrupt you, but I was saying, while I think about it, I was reading the other day that pearls now are sort of becoming the biggest gemstone at all levels. That every designer, every jewellery, designer, right from the very, very top, are now working with coloured pearls.
Oh, coloured pearls are, and this is why the price is going up so much, you see, because the demand within the fashion and within the designer world for pearls is so big that, of course, the more people are demanding something that's not that readily available, prices go up. It always is the case.
It's supply and demand.
And as I say, the harvest has yielded so much less than what they used to that it becomes even more of a precious commodity, doesn't it?
Well, it's just so interlinked with weather conditions and farming conditions and everything, isn't
Absolutely.
it? So we never know.
And then, you know, we've got to remind ourselves that it is a very turbulent location that most pearls come from. You know, China is a very turbulent location with you know, a lot of currents, a lot of turbulence in the past couple of years, of course, the likes of the tsunamis, etc. That does influence the harvest of pearls. You know, we have to accept that something that happens in terms of movement within the oceans will influence the harvest of the pearls. So all of those things will knock on, and as I say, you'll see that release of less pearls coming into the jewellery industry, but probably at a higher price tag. We don't know what's happening. $7.95 is all you pay. Whoop, whoop. Can I have a whoop whoop? Oh, thanks, girls. Right then. let's just make sure that you hold on those lines because Danny says I've still got people holding. Thank you very much for your patience. Web buys you will need to check out. So look, I've got about 25 left. We reckon our allocation wise on the phones, we reckon we've got about 25 left, and I've got 35 people on the web who haven't checked out their baskets. Do the maths, and somewhere along the line somebody's going to miss out. So you will need to guarantee that deal. So let's crack on with this deal because I know I'm about 5 minutes late. Okay, I spend my life being late. I always 3 minutes late. That's not that bad. To be honest, that's good for me. Round about half an hour is my given. My husband often says, so what time do we need to say we need to go to somewhere for 7 o'clock? I go, oh, well, we need to be there for 7. And he always goes, is that a Vicki 7 o'clock or is that a real 7 o'clock? Yeah. I do my best though. I always do my best. It's just never good enough. We have got... Danny's just gone, yeah, well, you're good enough for JewelleryMaker for now. Take a look at what we have for you here. This is really special. Can I warn you? You've just seen 160 pearls allocated in a matter of minutes. I have only 25 of this exclusive deal, and it is 25 of 25. I don't have another 50 sitting or another 100 sitting in the back. I literally am talking, we've only made 25 of this elite quality of opportunity, and it is elite. And I know for a lot of people the first question you will ask is it drilled? The answer is no. Okay, these are non-drilled. These are non-drilled stones. So that's, I know for a lot of people that's a benefit. For other people you might want them drilled, but these are non-drilled. Best to give you the info that you need straight away, and then I'm going to take you to the wow factor. And I mean, these really are absolute wow factor of opportunity. Now I tell you what, while I'm getting one out, let me give you, see, shouldn't have done that too. What a monkey I am. Here we are. Right, let's put this one here so you can have a close-up while I'm opening the box, because I want to give you a close-up at the wow factor of the impact of lapidary work. Now, Linda and I have already established today, as we've been looking at those amazing clear quartz that we have coming up, that the lapidary work of gemstones these days is evolving. Now, I've just had a message through asking, do you get all three in this deal? Yes. You don't just buy one, you're going to get all three for the price tag that we're about to bring you. Now, I'm going to introduce this to you, and when I did my training, we got taught how to do this very specifically, and I've let myself down. There we are. It's because they're bent, because the tweezers have been bent out of shape. Yes, doesn't make my life easy now, does it? Now look at this. Leah, do me a quick favour, right? Will you move the camera closer? And will you get as tight as you possibly can? And we've got nothing to hide here. Now Lee's going to move the camera. I'm reckoning we'll probably, with as close as we can get, we'll probably get about 30 times magnification on this. Around about 30 times magnification. Let me hold this and show you. We are looking here at an amazing opportunity. I'm thinking really that when you look at this number of facets, you would actually get abacai amounts of facets. Yes, not just one abacus, you would actually get abacai amounts of lapidary work. This is a luxury of facets sitting in to this amazing combination. We are literally looking here at a true attention to detail of the highest order. I thought I had 25. Okay, the first 6 have gone. Let me say hello to Orlando, Hampshire, Midlands, Rhondda Valley. I've got West Midlands, Manchester, Tyne Wear, Wiltshire. You've already confirmed on this deal. That's guaranteed that you've been successful. That's not in baskets, that's checked out. You're playing it right. If you want one of these deals, you will need to check out your basket. Now, what I'd like to do is actually put this, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to give you a close-up. Take a look at this. Does this work? This is top grade lapidary work. Now, when we start to talk about the luxury of cutting a gemstone, right now you're in a renaissance period for cutting gemstones. We're in the heart of it. We're literally in the epicenter of sourcing and magnifying on the wow factor of cutting a gemstone to non-traditional formations. And that's what makes this exciting, because it's non-traditional. It's not an everyday cut that we're looking at here. It is much more, it's much more about interest of feature aspects that take you away from the classic. So taking you away from brilliant round cuts, taking you away from the smooth flat surfaces. Here you have much more. In fact, would you do me a favour, Danny? Would you just put the slides of the lapidary work? Because I did this last night. And when you go to experts across the globe, they'll talk about why cutting a gemstone is so important, or why getting the best out of a gemstone is all down to the skill of the lapidarist. And actually, the likes of my boss Steve, or the likes of somebody like Richard Wise, you'll have heard of Richard Wise, world-renowned gem collector, gem connoisseur, gemologist, geologist as well. He talks about cutting a gemstone to release the beauty of the gemstone. And this is what we've done at the highest degree, the very highest order. We are looking here at releasing in every single facet, every single facet, an amazing deal that we are going to give you for 3 of these majestic top grade stones. Just see how the light plays inside the heart of this gemstone. I've never seen in one gem quite so many facets sitting and radiating, erupting, exploding through the heart of the gemstone. And we've got to remind ourselves, these are highly skilled lapidarists that we're being influenced within this quality of stone. This is can I just clarify, there was only 25 ever available, and I've now already got 10 allocated. Okay, so we really are looking at almost half the stock's allocated. Almost half the stock is allocated at this precise point. So you've got to make the most of this deal. 15 chances left. You're going to get 3 in total, 3 high regarded top grade gemstones. They'll come in the presentation box and then in a larger presentation box as well. So you'll get this way of us presenting the finesse of our connoisseurs collection. This, in my mind, is what really does make a difference to why you buy from us instead of going anywhere else. And Linda, I'm sure you'll agree with me, this is stepping away from the norm. Even on JewelleryMaker, for 4 years, I've never seen anything like this.
No, neither have I. Absolutely not. And I was on air Friday and Saturday, but not on the shows when these gems, and obviously they've all been different each time. So it's a pleasure to be able to see them in the flesh. They are exactly what they say on the tin, and you've said exactly what should be added to that tin, because they're just completely breathtakingly exquisite, and I do mean that. From a jewellery maker's point of view, it's a must-have. Yes. It's an absolute must-have. And just hold on to them, keep them, and then decide what you want to do with them. Because they're non-drilled, the sky's the limit what you can do with them. I mean, you can take them somewhere and have them set if you want them. If you can do that yourself, that's absolutely brilliant. But they're that much calibre that they need to be drunk in first, before knowing quite what to do with them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that's the thing you've got to remind yourself, that the importance of lapidary work to this grade of gemstone is essential. And Steve, my boss, the CEO of our business, gem hunter, world renowned, and so on top of that, the writer and the author of The Lore of Gems, his quote is absolutely, and this is what defines why you need to purchase this right now. He says, the accuracy of faceting is infinitely important. He says there literally is no end of importance to how you cut a gemstone to release its beauty. You know, to get the very best out of a gemstone, you need to get the very best lapidarists, and we have a team of some of the highest grade lapidarists giving us this quality of beauty. Then, of course, as I say, take yourself from Steve, go to the likes of Richard Wise. He'll talk about the importance of releasing the beauty of the gemstone. We got that slide, that's it. Glenn Lira, here we are. This is it. I love Glenn's quote. An ordinary gemstone becomes absolutely brilliant and alive in the expert hand. And that's the thing is that we use experts. We like to say that, I think it's fair to say we are experts in many ways. I'm an accredited jewellery professional. I work alongside gemologists, but I also work alongside the likes of Glenn Lira. He is a world-renowned gem sculptor. He creates some of the world's most renowned, respected qualities from gemstones. And Richard Wise, he says it all in one quote. World-renowned gem hunter and gemstone connoisseur Richard Wise states, "Small works of art, complete in themselves." That is the perfect way to describe this luxury of stone. A small work of art, totally complete in itself. Does it need anything else? Probably not, but you're the designer. You're going to be the creator of this wonderful piece. If you want to join us, I've got well over half the stock allocated, taking it to almost 2/3 of the stock now allocated. So if you would like to join me on this deal, now is the time to do so. Your price tag for all three, don't forget you're not just buying one, you're getting 3 amazing centerpieces for $59.95. This is all three, that's all three for $59.95. And if you do want to join me, this is a perfect price range, and I think it's probably worth me just holding it like so you can see how magnificent these are. Do you believe that we've just taken this to $59.95? If you would like to join me, this is the first time that we have been able to bring you an established quality of a finish to this pink amethyst. Pink amethyst. I mean, even when it's not moving, even if we're holding it almost static, you can see the light moving through the heart of the gemstone from the top of the table through to the pavilion, to the girdle, which is the widest point of the gemstone, right to the tip. Look at the glow of light illuminating through the tip of this gemstone. If you do want to join me, I have got 10 left. I've got 5 people who have allocated on the web. I have to say, you're playing a dangerous game in many ways of losing out on this. I genuinely wouldn't want you to lose out on this deal by putting it into your basket. I know you're interested, but I need to make sure that you allocate if you do want this with only 10 left available. $59.95. This, I think so far we've seen just quartz in this collection. This is the first time I've taken you to pink amethyst. So this is just giving you another level of desirability. Of course, amethyst is one of our most popular gemstones. It came in at number 2 in the most popular stone of choice of 2013. I wouldn't be surprised if it's higher in 2014. It might be the top gemstone in 2014 actually. And this is a perfect pinnacle of an opportunity. $59.95. Single quantity figures left. That's just single quantity figures left for you to be able to join me on this deal. It's yours for the taking. Massive congratulations. $59.95 is all you pay. That's working out at less than £20 each stone. I can guarantee that if you tuned into any of our sister channels, Rocks in America, Gems in the UK, I would guarantee if you were getting this amount and this level of impact in terms of attention of quality craftsmanship, you would not be paying £20 for a piece of jewellery with this high level of amethyst craftsmanship. You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. This is why you buy from us, because you can create your own jewellery for a lot more, I guess the word is affordable pricing. 8 chances left. Still the chance for you to buy, still a quantity available, single quantity available now left, and I'm going to leave those there. Stay there on the phone lines if you would like to confirm. Perhaps maybe you need to take the code down if you haven't yet made that absolute defined decision, because there is still quantity left, not for long I'd suggest, but there is a quantity there left. The code is KNON17, KNON17. I have to say, I don't think that by the end of this evening that will still be available. I think it will have allocated in a full quantity stock. I know. I'm so excited. I know. I'm just
your breath away, doesn't it?
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm just building up to getting my head around what I'm about to do. Because what I am about to do is not something that I think that I've ever done before. No, definitely not. In the last 3.5 to 4 years that I've worked on the channel, in fact it's probably 4 years now that I've worked on this channel, I've never done anything quite like this before. And Linda, we've challenged you with this. Like we need to challenge you to make anything with this. This would be, did we offer it, or did you make sure that you got this as a challenge?
In actual fact, I got wind of it when Paula actually gave the strand to Danny. I won't say I overheard, because it looks like I'm listening, but I overheard. And
ear to the ground.
And I said, oh, can I, you know, even if I just get to hold them, because I'm not going to see them again. So yeah, I got them.
We have no question. Linda has her way. Now, you've just seen 25 to be allocated. I do still have just a handful left. I've just been told that actually 3 more have been allocated, so we reckon we've only got 5 left of that offer. So if you do want it, then it is still available. But you've seen how quickly and how reactive people are to the quality of gemstone that we have available at the moment. And we've taken ourselves to the other echelons of desirability for quality gemstones. Linda, the important thing to know is that if you'd have tuned in 4 years ago, there is no way we'd have seen this kind of quality.
Absolutely
you know,
not.
we personally have evolved in terms of offering our jewellery makers something altogether different, and this is another step of evolution for us.
Most definitely. I mean, you always have infinite places to go, don't you? But you know, just looking at them, I'm wondering where else we've got to go, because they appear to be the epitome of infinite, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
I just can't see what else you can possibly do with
How
a gemstone.
can you better?
Exactly.
It's so exciting to see such an offer. I've got a little bit more quantity available on this strand, but to be honest, based on the reaction I've already had on the phone lines, and we haven't even opened the graphics, we haven't even pulled those in, but when they do, I believe that this could be one of the fastest selling strands that we've put to wear for a very long time in clear quartz. This is an enviable quality of craftsmanship. When you start to deliberate upon the beauty of craftsmanship of this order, you are looking at a real sense of evolution, and I've talked about it a little bit time, but the moment we start to talk about an evolution of gemstone craftsmanship, we're talking about gem sculpting of the highest order. Some of the world's most respected lapidarists, some of the most respected artists are working with gemstones and creating wonderful looks. The likes of Larry Wynn, those of you who know your gemstone crafters, Larry Wynn is a very, very popular sculptor, but he works internally to the gemstone. If you do want to join us, Larry Wynn is a very well-known sculptor. Then there's the likes of, here we are, Michael Dwyber. Oh, hello, we're go flashing through them. There we go. Oh, let's start at the bill. Okay, let's start at the beginning, because if we're going to go to history, let's go to Margaret de Patta, because around about 500 years ago, the traditional cut for a gemstone was brilliant round cut. That was 500 years ago when Tuwalski created his 57 faceted brilliant round cut. From that point onwards, there was a challenge. The likes of the Asher cut, it came about 100 years ago, and that really challenged the norm. And since then, I think that there has been this almost slow snowball effect of changing the way we cut gemstones. Margaret de Patter, I will show you guys. Can you show Margaret de Patter for everybody? Because she was a lady who really started to play and move with the times when it came to looking at totally different looks. Let's see if we can find it. That's it. There you go. This is Margaret de Patter's work. Can you see how the craftsmanship is very still traditional and yet got a contemporary edge to it, right? You can see it, can't you? You can see that she's stepping away from the norm. Not massively, there's still that flavour of traditionalism, but it's stepping away from the norm. Then you could go on to the likes of, well, I guess you could go to somebody like Mustaina. Now, Mustaina is a world-renowned crafter. He's actually somebody who you might find if you go to the Smithsonian Museum. His aquamarine is the Dom Pedro aquamarine that sits in the Smithsonian. Have you seen that? Did you see it? Oh, Claire said that she saw that and she said it was absolutely amazing. I've got that as that. That's going to be my on-to-do list. It's one of the things I must go and do that. Then on top of that, you've got a history of evolution. And as that history of evolution of lapidary work and sculpting has taken place, we find ourselves in the here and now, where we are literally in the midst of a Renaissance period. This is a revolutionary period for lapidary work. The likes of Glenn Lira were only working, what, 20 years to evolve his Taurus ring designs. But 20 years is actually not a long time when you then look at where we are now at with the qualities of luxury that you have here. This has so much to offer in terms of top grade craftsmanship. I've already got a lot of people interested on this deal. Of course I do. I've already got 30 allocated. Hang on a minute, that's more than what I thought. Oh, good. Okay, I've got 50 available to allocate. 50 left to allocate, and I haven't given you any idea of price. I haven't given you any indication of how low we can go. And when you see quality craftsmanship and you see the skills of the likes of Mustaina and the likes of de Patter, and you see the luxury of Dwyber, this is the most amazing sculpturing of lapidary work. This is high skilled craftsmanship, and the price tag, I know everybody's just going, Vix, tell me the price. The price? Just $34.95. That's it. If you were thinking I was going to take you to what, £10 a piece, £10 would be £50 flat. It is an amazing deal. This really is a special offer. Less than £10 for each one of these is almost unheard of. I mean, to take it to less than £10 for this grade of stone, massive interest on the phone lines now. A lot of people waiting to see the price because I think a lot of people are expecting this to be maybe £20 a stone. Do you think so, Linda? People would think it was going to be a £70, £80 strand?
Yeah, I think probably if you saw one of those singularly in a very upmarket, say you were in Hatton Garden, and they got like a little cash and carry window, and you just saw one of those up for £45, £50, you'd buy it, wouldn't you? Because it's so unusual,
yeah.
Firstly. But it just holds everything that a jewellery maker wants. It's got prestige, it's got sparkle, it's got shape, it's got...
It's unique, that's the key thing
that
I keep on going back to.
That's exactly
so
right, that covers all of it. You know, and it will reflect anything that you're wearing, and obviously anything that you pair with it too. I mean, just look at that. I can't work out how they even planned to facet it like that, let alone how they did it. Whoever actually did the sketch for that cutting work.
You know what, I don't know whether that it would be sketched. I think this probably was an evolution of a design.
Just went with it.
Yes,
you went
because
with it. Okay.
When I was over watching the gemstones being cut, I've actually been part of the lapidary work. Gosh, you know, watching, not being part of it to do it myself. But when you often see it, it's all hand to eye. It literally is the artist creating, and the artist being the lapidarist, the gem cutter, but the artist creating something to their eye. I think that this would be to the eye.
Can you imagine the person who took a rough cut of quartz there and just said, just do something amazingly wonderful with it.
Can
and
you
they got
imagine the likes of Leonardo da Vinci or that kind of artist getting a blank canvas and putting each brush stroke in place to create that masterpiece? Because that's effectively what's just happened, with no plan, probably just with their artist's
inspiration,
instinct
isn't it?
of just giving each brush stroke. That's what we've got here, an instinct of artistry that is just, it's revolutionary. That's why you've got to start enjoying gemstones of this caliber now, because we're in the midst of a renaissance within the gem collection. This is a gem collection piece for $34.95. I'm just going to show you've got five for $34.95. That's working out at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 70. No, hang on a minute. What price tag am I looking at here? 34. So that, what does that work out at?
It's just under £7 gemstone.
Less than £7 each, isn't it? 7, 14, 20. Yeah.
Amazing.
Less than £7 per piece. Less than £7 per piece for that master craftsmanship, that luxury of lapidary work. Linda and Joan, great to have your company. Rachel and Vivian. Oh, we've got a message in from, hang on a minute. This is Rachel Norris messaging in. Oh, hello, Rachel. Oh, bank holiday for our Rach as well, isn't it? Of course, she says, I can't wait to make something with these stunningly beautiful clear quartz. Sending love to Vicki and Linda and see you this Thursday. Oh, am I in on Thursday? Actually, that's the only day I've got off, I think.
Oh, I'm in. I'll see you.
Am I in Friday, am I, Claire? I think I'm in Friday, Saturday and Sunday, so look forward to that one. See, I've been away for ages and now I'm back. I know. And then we've got Laura in Is this Laura? I think this might be Laura. That quartz is going to be the centerpiece of my bridal necklace. Laura, I have to say, if that's going to be your centerpiece, you need to get one heck of a dress to compete against it. Let me show you it for Laura against the neckline. $34.95. This is your time to get some of the finest qualities of opportunity. Now, if you want to say hello, to us, then you can text into 60777. Make sure you start your text with JM Studio to know that you're talking to us, and we'll do our very best. If you want to talk to us via JewelleryMaker.com, go to the live feed, and underneath the live feed it'll say to you, talk to the studio, message in, and we'll do our best to be able to respond. Somebody has just asked, can we show how far the drill hole is from the very tip of the stone? So I'll hold it there very still so you can see where they are. That's actually nice for almost a teardrop effect, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If you put preferably a precious metal wire through that top, and then keeping a very close eye on the tip of the gemstone, bring the hand that's holding the wire, bring it slightly to a point above the gemstone, but so that you can see light between the gemstone and the wire, and then very, very gently and very precisely twist the gemstone. Not the wire, just twist the gemstone very, very gently. It will prove to be a perfect bail holding for you. And that you must twist the gemstone, not the wire. A lot of people go wrong and twist the wire. Okay, that's not the thing to do. Twist the gemstone. You're always in control then.
Oh, that's interesting.
You still retain that tiny, tiny little sort of needle hole of space between the gemstone and the wire, which is exactly what you need to keep it totally. I know what you're trying to say, that you might chip that off, but you won't if you do it like that.
Oh, you
just won't.
Thank you. $34.95 is already paid. I've got some multi-buys on this deal. Vivian, Christine, congratulations. Sharon, Susan. I've got Sue joining me. Georgina's in Kent. Hello to you. Manjit's joining me in the West Midlands. Congratulations to everybody who's got a phone in the hand. I've still got people buying. You see, still people coming in on the phone lines and on the web confirming as well. So plenty of people saying yes to this. If you're in Suffolk, Kent, Scottish Border, Norfolk, Devon, Lancashire, or Orlando, I would ask you to check out your baskets to guarantee this exceptional strand is yours, working out at £7 a piece. I think most people were expecting these to probably be around £15 a gem, but we're not doing that. It's not the way that we do it. We'll do our top quality gems, and we'll still give you a rock bottom as low as we can go price. That's £7 a stone. And if you do want to join us and you haven't yet confirmed, no, just do stay on the phone lines and we'll process your call as fast as we can. Now coming up shortly, we have got, in fact, are we going straight over there, guys? Let's go straight over. Okay, let's go straight over. Let's not mess around on this deal. I tell you what, let's show you what you're going to get first. Mike, come back, come back, come back. Mike's coming back quickly for us to show you what you're going to get in our next designer inspiration kit. Now this is a mega kit. It's a wonderful kit. Let me guess you did this.
Yes, I did. Yes, sorry. Yes, I did.
I shouldn't
had to
really
think
ask,
for a minute.
I
Had
knew
to
the
think
answer.
for a minute. Yeah.
I knew the answer before I even asked the question. To be honest, it maybe was what you'd classify as a rhetorical question.
Okay, sweet.
We've got. Oh, you're going to Cabochum as well. Nice. Very, very nice. And somebody who asked the question, who's just messaged in about the ametrine, thank you very much. Anonymous has just messaged in and asked about the ametrine. It's coming up probably in the next hour or so, okay, probably in the 4 o'clock hour. I know there's a lot of people chomping at the bit for that, so don't worry, we know you want it, it's coming your way. Ametrine coming your way, massive, massive opportunity. Can't remember the last time I saw such big ametrine, so looking forward to that, but thank you for your messaging. We have coming your way. Ooh, Linda, you do treat us well, don't you, with your selections and your choices. It's got that seal of approval with the fruity feel. It has a real sense of. Say again, sorry. Linda?
It does have a fruity feel.
Yes.
I agree with you. Yeah.
It's like you know what it reminds me of? Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
It takes me to carnivals and calypsos. It takes me to fruity feels of Caribbean days, and when you've got that lovely quality of vibrancy and freshness. You know, the colour mix is so different. If I just take the seed beads and just put them together, this is beautiful as a combination. They are so vivid and fresh. You could put them together, and as you can see, they work harmonizingly well together, but you may want to work them individually alongside different other aspects of this kit. The choice is yours. That's the good news. You have absolute choice, but if you want to be inspired, then keep watching, because Linda has got some absolute cracking jewellery that she's made from this kit. Then we're taking you to pearl, both shell pearl and your classic pearls, and that's in your strand of your rice pearls and also your power. Now, for us, this is, I beg your pardon, abalone, effectively the same thing, really, abalone and power, very similar anyway. And then you have your classic pearls as well. These are your rice beads, and they're 8x5 to 9x6. So that's in the second. I'm kind of splitting these into three strand sections. I don't know why I've done that, but I guess it's just the way I feel about the colour mix. Now we have your 2 strands of your bubblegum pinks, and you have your 2 different sizes. You've got your rounds that are coming together, and the size of these quartzite 4 and 6 mil. So 4 mil and 6 mil in your bubblegum quartzite. So put them all together, 2, 4, 6, 7 strands that we're adding. And then of course, with it being Soutache, it's rather nice to have a fantastic addition to surround your design with, and that's with this fluorite. Hang on a minute, this is not flat. Look at the banding that you have on this gem. I said fluorite, and the moment I said it, I went, hang on a minute. When I looked at the crystal formation, you know, the only reason I didn't say fluorite, let me turn it to the back. I said fluorite, and I stopped and I went, hang on a minute, look at that crystal formation. Anybody who knows their gemstones, there's a crystal formation that was sitting just here, and I was like, no, that's not fluorite. Fluorite doesn't form that way. This is quartz. In fact, this is totally natural, banded amethyst. Wow, really, wow, that's really exciting. As I say, the banding I'd already associated with banded fluorite, but as I say, the crystal formation reveals that actually it's naturally forming amethyst with a banding that adds just an automatically unique aspect to your jewellery. That's wonderful, I'm loving that. Now, matching alongside the amethyst, we have our Soutache editions, and Soutache, for those of you who've never been part of Soutache, is a fantastic combination of working with textiles and intricacy of design and pattern to harness gemstones and create wonderful looking jewellery. So you have here your 2 lots of your Soutache thread. That's your dark purple and your lavender. Then you've also got your beading foundation. You'll wonder how you work with this if you haven't seen it before, but we will explain all. Linda will take us through. And then on top of that, you also have your foundation sheet in your Violin colour as well. So all of these coming together in a one deal offer. This is a whole full frontal offer, lots going on. I mean, you probably can't remember what I said at the beginning because there's so much going on. But you've got your seed beads, plus you've got your rice pearls, then you've got your bubblegum quartzite, and you've got your abalone. You've got that wonderful natural cabochon of amethyst. We're adding in as well all of your Soutache needs, and that's coming together in a one deal. Don't forget, this is most certainly an important aspect to the price you're about to see. This is a bank holiday show, and with it being a bank holiday show, it is Monday Madness offer that we're guaranteeing here. £40 is the price that you should be paying on this. Putting it all together by yourself, you'll be paying £40. But how about this? We go from 40, we bypass 30 altogether, and we take you under £30. It's your wonderful designer inspiration combination for $29.95 with the natural amethyst cabochon, with all of the gemstones and the Soutache as well. And if you've not tried Soutache, this is a great way for us to be able to introduce it without you having to break the bank, without you having to push the boundaries of your price tag. Under £30 for you for $29.95. Massive, massive deal. So many. I mean, I'd probably take away everything there. I'd take away the Soutache elements, I'd take away the amethyst cabochon, and I'd offer you this combination of gemstones and be very comfortable with $29.95. It's a huge opportunity. So many big deals to be had today. It is a mega deal offer, that we're bringing you. First come, first served on this opportunity. And when you see the jewellery, you'll see this opportunity just transform between your eyes, before your eyes, not between, literally right in the middle of the eyes. And it will just, from what is essentially ingredients, a little bit like when you go to your cupboard to make a cake, you look at the ingredients and you go, I wonder what I'm going to make. That's what we're looking at here. When you see the actual creations, it's like walking to a patisserie in France and seeing the finest of cakes, because you would never guess that those ingredients would create this exceptional quality of jewellery. Take a deep breath, because this is what you could be creating for $29.95.
And I have got quite a lot of, in fact I've put them down in a bag, of all of the strands left. Every one strand I've got a lot left of, but hey ho, I had to come here and demo this afternoon, so I had to stop.
Yes.
But,
let me just pull these towards me. Sorry, I've just taken them out of the shop because I wanted to just. That's just amazing, isn't it? Linda, it's literally taking something and it is like looking at ingredients in your own cookery shelf,
definitely,
with flour and sugar and not knowing what you're going to create, and then actually then going to the experts, the bakers of the wonderful world of French patisserie making, and seeing something all together, and you'd never expect to get from those ingredients this type of opportunity. You know, you're going to be able to make this. You're going to be able to make this your own. This is going to be your chance to be able to make this look. Today we will take you through how to create this. Linda, you are going to show us how to do this, right?
Yes,
I was going to say, I wouldn't let you leave today if you hadn't showed us how to make that look, because that's spectacular, absolutely spectacular. At $29.95 is the price tag, but you know what? We've made a decision, management have made a decision actually, bless them, just ringing down and saying, look, we've held the principles of doing Monday bank holiday mega deals. What's the point in stopping now? We should have held at 29. We are going to take an extra couple of quid off, but I tell you what, that's money back into your pocket, not into ours. Everybody gets this full mega deal, and if you've already bought at 29, don't worry, everybody pays the same price, and that's $27.95 is all you pay. A wonderful heady mix of feature gemstones, seed beads that you have here of 3mm size, adding alongside 4 and 6mm quartzite in those bubblegum colours. Then you've also got the amethyst cabochon, natural amethyst cabochon at that. We're adding in pearls, we're adding in abalone, and you've got it all together with all of the Soutache ingredients as well. And Soutache is something that quite a lot of people look at and go, wow, that's wonderful, but I couldn't do it, because it almost, you look at it and you just think, that's just so amazing, that where do I begin?
Well, Soutache is really easy as long as you can thread a needle, knot a needle, and just do an ordinary basic sewing on the button stitch. That's all that you need to do. It might look complex, it might look complicated, but it's none of those things. It's just a matter of making components and then putting them together. And again, a bit like the faceting of fabulous gemstones, sky's the limit. You can do as little or as much as you want. There's no end to what you can do with Soutache. You can keep it very contemporary, or you can look around and see loads of fabulous Soutache inspiration online and that. It's incredibly big. I admit it's coming into England. It's sort of consolidating itself as it comes in. It's coming in little pockets. But if you go to Europe on holiday, like you'll just see so much of it in a contemporary way as well. I saw some of it in a tiny little gallery in Venice. I saw they just got a little cabinet full of Soutache work, and it was everybody was looking at it and thinking, whoa, that must be done 100 years ago, but it wasn't. It's contemporary.
It's the here and now that's really transforming
so,
Soutache. And Soutache isn't actually a traditional skill.
Yeah.
It is, it is a skill that dates back, literally thousands of years. But bringing it into the present day, it is so relevant to the craftsmanship of the here and now, isn't it? Of our jewellery makers right now who are watching. So if you are watching for the first time and you think, gosh, I'll never do, just take a look at this, because it is something that is achievable by yourself. You could do this, look, but it's just a case of getting the right ingredients. Well, this is for $27.95. You've got everything you need, and then on top of that, we're then adding in the chance for you to be able to create this look with Linda's step-by-step instruction. Linda, where do we begin?
Okay, well, we begin. You'll see there's a hole in this backing foundation, but you'll get the backing foundation in the bundle into the kit with you, and you can see that's just where I've taken out the cabochon shape. Glue the cabochon directly onto the backing foundation
with
first.
What kind of glue?
With super glue. I've just used, we've got the Loctite, I think, on the website. Just the ordinary super glue, and 5 minutes and you're ready to go. When you cut it out, just leave, I don't know whether you can just pick up, but just leave the tiniest little border, or see that tiny little border around the gemstone there. Just leave that, and that'll just give you enough working onto, but not too much to stop you sort of coiling the Soutache cord around when you finish going around the gemstone. So that's the gluing on of the cabochon and the cutting out of it. The next thing to do is to sew on some of the Soutache thread. Now, I'll do this in the paler colour to start with. Now, Soutache cord, thread, whatever you want to call it, is layered. It's a layered look. Beginners will start by just popping on one layer at a time. A week after you've practiced with that, you'll be adding 3 layers at a time in one go. But we'll just go with 1 layer at a time for the minute, because all it is just adding. Well, first of all, we're adding onto the backing foundation using the cord and the backing foundation and needle and thread. The next layer, I'll come to that and talk you through that when we get there. But that is just then going through that first layer of Soutache and through the backing foundation and literally layering layer upon layer. In the Soutache cord, you will see just by looking at, you see that there's that little channel running through the centre. Well, somebody decided to call that the ditch, and the sort of little singy-songy rhymey thing, whatever, to do is stitching the ditch. So stitch the ditch. That ditch there is there for you to pop the needle through. It just allows you to layer the layers neatly, and it's the easiest part of that cord there to pass. The needle will go through it like butter. If you hit the slightly bulbous edges of the ditch, then you'll know you're there, because you'll feel a bit of
tension, or
you'll feel a bit of a restriction, that's the word. So after you've threaded around your cabochon, What we're doing now, we're starting at the point end of this cabochon. So consequently, what we'll do is we'll pop our needle from behind into that point. So we're coming out, keep the needle slightly at an angle. So as you come through, you're not coming straight upwards, you're coming slightly off at an angle, and pull that needle through. Now, the thing about soutaching is every time you do a movement, a manoeuvre, then don't really rush it. Keep it quite slow, because you'll end up with a neater end product, and also it's frustrating if your needle comes off of the thread. But the worst thing that can happen is you get a magic knot in the thread as you're passing through your layers, etc. You don't know how they happen, but they do. Then bring in the first layer of soutache, okay, and start it a couple of inches from the end. So what I'm going to do now is get the needle and literally pop it into that ditch. Okay, see how easily that went through? It's gone straight through that ditch. So bring it through. Again, bring it through quite slowly. It's getting that first stitch in place that is probably the most critical. So now we've got the whole thing attached to the backing foundation and the cord. Now what we have to do is, obviously, it's fairly obvious, we're going to have to work around the cabochon. So as we say, stitch the ditch, wherever your thread has exited, and that's exited on the outside, we just try and keep the soutache cord in the area it needs to go, which is hugging the gemstone, and then take the needle. It doesn't matter at this point how big your stitches are, it doesn't matter what colour thread you're using, because we're layering. So don't worry too much about the size of your stitches, you can make them quite large. Put the needle in again at an angle through that ditch and at an angle through the back of the foundation. Okay, and bring that through. Okay, slowly, so that it doesn't catch again. And then we're working around, what we're doing, we're working in like a road going around an island. We're going to come back to the beginning eventually. So the next, as we're on the beading foundation side, we need to come in through the beading foundation, okay, and this is a little bit difficult because the angle I'm having to work at, but and then find the ditch. Let me just find the ditch. We found the ditch. I know it's hit the ditch because it went through quite easily, and pull it through again. Okay, let's just get that excess out of the way. And then just move it around in your hands as you're working around. Now we're on the thread this time, so consequently we go through the ditch, which is here, keeping it as a slight angle through to the backing foundation again. Don't worry about any mess that you think, oh my goodness, that backing foundation is going to look really untidy with that stitching. Don't worry about it, because I've also put you a piece of ultra suede into the kit, which is what you use to back. Okay, you can use that ultra suede.
Almost like covers everything.
Exactly.
Covers the sins.
Exactly. So again, I'm coming in through the back, finding the ditch and coming back in. Now this is exactly what happens, is that you catch the, if you go too quickly, you can catch the piece of the cord that you're actually working with. So just watch the journey of each stitch, that it's not catching either on itself, on its own thread, which will cause a knot, or it's going to catch the soutache. So again, we're on the outside, so we find the ditch and we go in and straight through the back. Okay, and you just literally do this all the way around. So we'll do a nice big stitch now and come up through the end. So we're coming up through the end. Let's get that soutache cord a little bit more comfy into the edge, which the stitch incidentally will pull it in. Let's hit the
Is there an
ditch.
optimised distance between the stitching then?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. I mean, what I'm doing now is trying to get around it as quickly as I can. If, like some of the ladies I have on my workshop, they do the tiniest of stitches, which is fine. That's just the way they work, but it really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what you're looking for is attaching that cord to the backing foundation and sandwiching the gemstone in. It really doesn't matter. I will say that it's time to neaten it up and perhaps make that stitch a little bit tinier when you're on your last layer. Okay, so we're going to do another stitch now through the ditch from the outside of the cord, again watching where the thread's going.
You know, every time you say the word ditch, you know the song that I keep on hearing?
What's that?
Car wash. Do you want to know why?
Why?
That song that goes, yeah, that digging a ditch at the car wash.
Oh, I'm
that's
with
the
you
part.
now.
There's one part of a sentence in the car wash song that says something about digging a ditch, and every time you say ditch, I go at the car wash.
It is the chosen phrase of choice from
the
all
ditch.
of the major Soutache artists, is that they say stitch the ditch.
Stitch the ditch at the car wash.
So basically now we're coming roughly to virtually our last stitch on our journey around now. What you might find, if you find that you've got some restriction going through the beading foundation at the back, it's because, and actually I'm glad I've fallen upon this myself, it's because there's the super glue behind there, the glue's there. So when you're actually attaching the cabochon, any cabochon, to your backing foundation, leave yourself, as you're putting the glue around the edge, leave yourself about 1 mil to 2 mil around the edge of the cabochon itself.
Right.
Because obviously the glue hardens the foundation at the back and you won't get your needle through. So I'm glad that happened to me, Jess. So we've got to the point now where we're all the way round. Okay, so don't work the two. You see, we've got 2 threads here. Now if I was doing the curly Q, which some people have seen in Soutache, which is taking that around the back and continuing my design like that, I would stitch this neck together. But what is going to happen is I'm just going to pop an extra stitch, like an over stitch as it were, as a little lock on that last stitch there, because what I plan to do is when I've got 3 layers on, I'm not going to do curly Qs on this particular design. What I need to do is cross these over like that, literally, and bring the threads to the back. That's when I've got all 3 layers on. Right, you'll see more on this, Vicky, look, on that one, if you show that how that's crossed over.
That's what I was trying to see on that example, but you can't see it really, because it's all the intricacies. That's cool. Yeah, that
so
makes
if
sense.
you just cross it over and say, if Vicky flicks that round, you'll see, again, it's quite an untidy look at the back, but that doesn't matter because the ultra suede's going over the back. So I've now got 3 layers on to my cabochon. Now with the cabochon that I've just done, all you need to do is, and I'll talk you through this, we'll just get Soutache, by the nature of the way it's made, as you can see, frays. Okay, and it's just that there's no way around it. It's just simply that's what happens.
Can you use the zapper?
You can use the zapper, exactly. You can use the zapper, but don't use the zapper until you're finished. When we're looking at this one here, if you don't have a thread zapper, and I'm sure if they're on the website, that's a fantastic tool for this, is here where it's been trimmed off. I've just stitched in there, but just about 1 mil before you actually want to make your scissor cut, is drop a little bit of that self-same super glue there.
And then
and that will stop all the ends from fraying. Okay, that's your friend. A thread zapper or your glue is your friend. Now the next layer, I won't do it all the way around, I'll just show you how to position it, and then we'll move on to attaching some of the lovely gemstones. Always make sure that you've got a little knot in your thread, and also when you've sewn your first layer of Soutache in, then the knot that you had standing proud and this excess that we had originally, which is here, you can then take off. You can actually get rid of the knot itself as well, because that's sewn in so well that knot won't slip. It just won't slip, I promise you it won't, because particularly in as much as more layers are going around there. So,
do you know how you're using all the threads?
Yeah.
Just a couple of there's a couple of messages about what I mentioned earlier on, because I said there was more threads. So is it worth me just dropping?
Yeah, of course it is.
Shall I do which one do you want me to do, Danny? Do you want me to do the big thread pack? Let's do it with a cab, okay? Because we've had a couple of messages in saying, is there more colour derivatives? And the answer is yes, there is. The Soutache threads come in a variety of different threads. This is navy blue, this is your beige, and then it is this fantastic, almost stripy combination. You're not just going to get this combination though. You're going to get alongside it. You're going to get your cabochon and you're also going to get your red and yellow agate, which actually they always say red agate, but gosh, it's so orangey.
Orange, yeah, it is.
It's just a burnt orange more than anything. So as you can see here, another kind of combination that we can bring you here. You've got 3 lots of your Soutache cord. That includes 3 mil in terms of this combination. You have here an amazing deal that you have here. Your 3 lots of your Soutache cord, plus you've also got the cabochon. And then on top of that, you've got your double strands as well. This is your orange and your yellow gate, 2 mil round. 2 mil round, versatile for both for Soutache and a variety of unique, more beady bead combinations, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. They're absolutely ideal. If you don't particularly want to do Soutache, and you know, that's fine. You've got your backing foundation. Simply glue that cabochon onto the backing foundation, and then just little stitch those little ones around the edge, like in a little cage.
Lovely.
Which would be absolutely beautiful. Do little picot stitches, so you've got a little one standing proud of it. It would be so pretty. So you don't have to use these gemstones for Soutache in any way, shape or form. Just use them as you want to.
$7.95 have you just said? I thought that's what I heard. And then, you know, when you go to say it, and then I think, I'll stop there before I say it. To just $7.95 is all you pay for 3 lots of the Soutache cord, 2 strands of your seed beads, plus your amethyst cabochon, all $7.95. That is a serious ultimate Soutache deal, isn't it? What a treat of a combination. Loads working together. But you could replicate what you're about to do here.
Absolutely.
With this combination. It would just look totally different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would look totally different. The chevron one is absolutely beautiful, gives those little hints of change of hue. But again, the Soutache cord is fabulous for kumihimo. It gives a completely different texture. Alice and Terry made some amazing flowers from the Soutache cord about a month ago.
Oh, really?
And they look fabulous. I covered some sort of little cardboard discs in the Soutache cord and made that a really contemporary design. So don't see that word Soutache and think you've got to use it for Soutache. It also makes great just neckline pieces just to hang your cab on or whatever you're going to hang on. So, you know, you can go outside the box if you want to. But you know, persevere a bit with the Soutache as well, because I think there's a number of people email me and ask me different things about the Soutache, and they're saying that once they started, there's one lady who sent a numerous amount of designs to the Wall of Fame. I think it was on Friday morning, and they were absolutely stunning. And she says she's being asked every month or so for you know, wedding designs and things like that. It's just really starting to happen big time.
I think it is. I think it's a slow filtration though. I don't think that you know, like in the US at the in this is big. This is huge.
It's massive
and
in
Europe,
America.
It's absolutely
massive.
It's probably one of the biggest jewellery pieces looks in Europe right now. You can't go past a jeweller shop in terms of contemporary jeweller store without seeing.
Well, Paula saw one. Apparently, when she was in Venice recently, she stopped and there was a window, and there were 5 different Soutache pieces. Not overly huge pieces by any means. And I think the cheapest one had got a piece of Soutache on a bit similar in size to that one, and it was 1,999 euros. 1,999 euros. She's got it all on 2,000 euros. Yeah, she said she couldn't believe it. She
so
said,
that's
whoa.
working out about £1,700.
Yeah, and you see, you have to put, because it's handmade. Every piece is handmade.
And in Venice, you can charge what Venice people would be prepared to pay, isn't it? So there's your deal, £7.95. You've got the chance to go together. Lots of web buys today, phone buyers. Don't forget, you will be experiencing a high ratio of people dialing today. So because it being a bank holiday and with the deals that we're offering you, you will need to be patient on the phone lines. It is a free phone number that you're dialing, So let's quickly just drop in some more 4 mil rounds, and then I'm going to move on with Linda's design. The 4 mil rounds that we have here, they are lovely.
Oh, look at that smoky quartz. Oh,
they are gorgeous.
They're all faceted too. How beautiful are they?
Oh, I tell you what, I'm thinking perhaps, you know, the beading board, the beading bead loom.
Yeah.
You know, working with those.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Oh, there's so many kumihimo, just
Yeah.
adding in detail. I managed when I was away to do kumihimo for the first time.
Did you?
Yeah, me and my
Yeah.
daughter and my niece, we did kumihimo and we
have to
loved
be-
it. We didn't add gemstones, but I would.
You have to try these mediums,
Yeah,
don't you?
totally.
Really. And as I say, you know, I think you get quite quickly addicted to them. Then those are fantastic. I love the fact that they're all. That's fluorite, isn't it? There, all that
Yeah.
rainbow fluorite. That
This
by the
is
looks of it.
Clear quartz,
Whoa.
smoky quartz, and fluorite in 4mm faceted rounds. 4mm faceted rounds that you have here, 30 carats in each, and of course perfect for Soutache, but
Yeah.
equally as workable in a design of just beaded gemstones.
Beaded beads would look amazing. I would be inclined. I mean, look at that as a little bracelet, and I would definitely use all these 3 strands together. These are not specifically a stash builder. These work together.
Yeah, they do.
Amazingly well. And do you know, we struggle to get 4mm faceted here.
Smoky quartz,
it's
like
a
this.
pleasure
I can't
to
remember
see
the last
them.
time I saw
Yeah.
4mm smoky quartz. Absolutely exquisite. I need to apologise about the state of my hand. I know I've got loads of marks on it. I do apologise. Literally on the last couple of days of our motorhome trip around France, I fell over in the camper van and just caught my hand in a place that is. So yes, you can laugh at that point. Thank you very much, Danny. But it's just one of those things. It had to be the very back end. It wasn't. Well, actually, it was in the Champagne region, and I had just been on the Champagne. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Oh, it is totally my fault. I'm really, really sorry. That was my own fault. I'm sorry. I just realised, you've just made me realise it was in the Champagne region, and we had just been champagne tasting. I was thinking it was just that I was being clumsy.
you just went down and bounced back up again, no problem, didn't you?
Didn't feel a thing. And everything was fine with the world. We have got for you this wonderful opportunity. You've got your 4mm rounds in a combination of your smoky quartz, your clear quartz, and the fluorite. Versatile for Soutache, but equally versatile for kumihimo, for macrame, for beading, for getting just started into jewellery making, into some nice elasticated bracelets. I'd enjoy that quality of just easy wear jewellery like that. You can see that working. If you do want to join us, 3 fantastic strands and 1 price tag only. How low can we go?
Oh wow. Do you know what I would do with those, Vicky? I mean, at that price, wow, I would definitely have to get 2. And
I was just going to say, not buy 1 bundle.
No, I definitely have to get 2, and I'd have to make a mega memory wire bracelet with them. What I'd do is I'd thread 5 onto the memory wire, then I'd make a little charm with a head pin, you know, and a wrapped loop, and slide that onto the memory wire. Then I do another 5, and then do another. So you've got a memory wire bracelet, which is really quite a big one, made of the tiniest little sparkly gemstones, and you've got all those little floppy gems flopping all over. It'd look fab, that wouldn't it?
Oh my goodness me, $6.95. Well, there is your bank holiday Monday mega deal offer. $6.95. It could have been $7, it could have been $8, it could have been $9.95. Let's face it, they are flying out the door, and everybody heeding your warning. Lots of people reacting to what you've just said, Linda, because a lot of people multi-buying on this, not just buying 1 pack. Well, there are people buying 2s and 3s of this. I've got buyers in Nottingham, Yorkshire multi-buying on this as well. I've got buyers in Essex, Yorkshire, another West Yorkshire buyer is multi-buying on this deal. £6.95 is all you pay. Shropshire multi-buying, Kent multi-buying, Bridgend multi-buying. I've got Middlesex multi-buying. You don't buy 1 pack like this though, because when they come
Exactly.
and you make the most of them.
I really encourage you to buy in multiples, because as I said, when that bundle came out, we do not get 4mm faceted gemstones. Trust me, if we did, I would be adding them to my boutique collections, but I can't because we don't get them.
That's the thing is we just cannot, we don't get hold of it. Make the most of it. Linda would have nabbed these for her boutique collection if she'd have got hold of them before Danny. Yeah, she's not impressed with you like Danny. Trying to steal her crown of searching for gemstones.
He must have been in the night. I had a night off in the warehouse. One night I didn't break in. Danny must have broke in.
Obviously, we don't condone that kind of activity.
Well, I don't actually break in. I just find myself stopping there when everybody locks up. That's different to breaking in.
I'm not sure in a court of law that still stands up as acceptable, but we'll just go with that one. £6.95 is already paid. I just found myself in a door that was closed, my lord.
Well, it's not so much stealing, it's more of a complete and utter need, isn't it? And then I bring them here for you lovely people to buy. I think that's a good thing.
You're procuring.
That's right.
It's a good word. I don't know what it means, but I
Normally.
think it might be appropriate. £6.95 is already paid. Oh, the lines. I've got buys in Dublin, Merseyside, Tyne-and-Wear, Essex, Alicante's joined me. Hello there, Lynn. I've got Cheshire and Surrey. We've been very global today.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think it's a bank holiday in Alicante, though. Every day's a bank holiday in Alicante. Yeah, Lynn, we know. It's about to sell out. Congratulations on that deal. So,
Right, very quickly. Sorry.
Linda needs to just
No,
give us
it's fine. The next step is layering your layers of soutache.
Okay.
So all you need to do is bring the needle in at the point where you started, okay, and bring it through the ditch in that first layer. As I say, don't get at all perturbed about this because it gets tucked in. And then using the next layer of soutache cord, make sure you've got enough excess that sort of really works with the excess that you've got left over from the first strand. So pop that needle through the ditch on the next one, and I've got a magic knot appearing, which let me just get myself out of it. There we go. And just bring that in to the next layer. Okay, let me flip it over. The thing about doing soutache is the tension that you use, I must mention this, the tension that you use when sewing in your beads and sewing on the cord is virtually no tension. Because tension and soutache cord, it's not like sewing on a button that you want it to sort of really be on there tight. We want it to stay there, but we don't want the stitch to have any tension in it so that it puckers the layers, because all it does is it just sucks the layers in and they get wibbly wobbly. So all we do now is say we're layering up, so we pop our needle through that layer, we find the layer of the previous soutache and bring it through. You'll know you've got there because, as I say, it'll pass through like a knife going through warm butter. Okay, so bring that through and bring that through all of the way around. So you're just retracing the steps all the way around of that previous layer. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what I did is I'll leave that because that's exactly the same as what I did in the attaching the first layer. What I actually did. Thanks, Vicki. This is not the same cabochon because I only had two of the amethysts to work with, and I've used them. But what I did, just as a matter of a design point, I've used two dark layers next to the gemstone and then the paler layer. That's just the way it seems to work for me. It just seems to highlight the difference between the two mediums, but it's entirely up to you. But I often find that two layers of the same colour with one layer of a different colour really works nicely. So now what we have to do, you've got to this level where you've got all three attached in exactly the same way. Then all of those layers of soutache, just pull them round and sandwich them at the back. Sandwich them by stitching. Don't overstitch any time you're using soutache. Go in and back, in and back. Don't go over the thread. Needle in, needle back. Needle in and needle back. Don't ever, with soutache, do an over thread because it just spoils the look of the work, particularly if that's seen from the front. So do you want to come in with anything now so I can just get prepped?
Yes, I can. We're like a well-oiled machine, we are. You have got another great deal, another mega deal offer that matches alongside the soutache design that you've just seen, but also matches alongside some more of our fantastic techniques, including the likes of micro macrame. Perhaps we're talking about bead loom again, just adding that detail, that decoration to your smaller and more detailed, intricate pieces of design. This combination, well, when was the last time you saw seed beads, 2 mil seed beads, going at a bundle price tag as low as we can go? Should be at 11, that's already low. Right, look, can I just say 1180 is already too low in my mind. Not for 2 mil, because normally, and loads of people think that it's size relative to price, and it's not. The smaller the gemstones, often is the case that the prices go up because it's so difficult to carve and to cut the shape and to get the drill hole through. So it's attention to detail, and obviously you're paying for experience of craftsmanship, that you normally have to pay a higher price for the smaller gemstones than you do for the bigger gemstones. We kind of go on the opposite to what you would expect. That's why I should never be saying 4 strands of 2 mil Tiger's Eye, Poppy Jasper, Moss Agate and Orange Agate for just $7.95. That is $7.95. It's only going to pay. So if you do want to join me, it is just 20 chances left that I have for you. Only 20 available. So that's working out at, is that £2 each? Yeah, that's not going to happen. I can guarantee that's not going to happen on a regular occasion.
I mean, it's quite phenomenal actually, those last 2 bundles of, because you've had your 4 mil, now you've got your 2 mil. In the kit itself, they're 3 mil, as far as I remember. So that really will sit you in if you like peyote work.
Absolutely.
That's it, job done.
Absolutely
Perfect. And as Vicky said, and I was about to say, because I was only looking at these the other day, some 2 mils, and the smaller the gemstone, particularly faceted, the more expensive it appears to be. And I was watching a guy online actually putting the hole in these 2 mil gemstones, and it's 1 by 1. It's not on a machine. Precision, it's 1 by 1.
Has to be because of. Oh, Danny's just gone. Really? Yeah. It has to be because of the size of the stone. It has to be eye precision drilling. Right, straight on we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Soutache threads that I'm bringing you now. Forest green, you've got your reds, your blues, your limes, you've got your sunshine yellows, you've got your chocolates, and you've also got your steel greys. All together, you have a combination of 7 lots of Soutache. That includes 3 yards of your 3 mil. What's a yard in relative to metres? Anybody help me?
Well, a metre is about 40 inches and a yard's 36 inches. So does that help?
No, that doesn't work out.
Oh, you're not in inches actually.
Oh, yes,
I can see it. I mean, this is about a yard from there to there. Okay, so an arm length is about a yard.
And this is a metre.
So a metre is a bit more.
So it's about this much difference. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
you're getting loads. Yeah. You're getting loads of cord. Does that help?
That's a lot. Yeah, there is a lot. Absolute loads. Yes.
How about this? Price you should be paying. £12.25. The price you're actually paying, if she can hold them all up, price you're actually paying, computer says no. Do you see that? Computer went no.
Yeah, no.
Okay, £7.95. £7.95. This is actually lower than Danny had agreed with himself that he would go. He's gone lower in the last. He said he was convinced that he was going to take this to £9.95 and hold it. But it's a bank holiday mega deal. Bank holiday mega deal show. You can't hold back on a mega deal show, you know, especially when Linda and I together. It doesn't happen often enough to not make the most of it. We'll take the. Don't worry, Danny. We'll take the blame.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
I'm happy.
The thing about this particular Soutache cord as well is that I think I should have mentioned perhaps earlier. Is it's B. Smith actually make this for Soutache work, okay? So you can get Soutache cords out there. Trust me, I've used probably 4 or 5 others and they weren't anywhere near as good. And I think B. Smith also did the same, and they have literally made this specifically for the job. It's made for, yeah.
You get what you pay for, I think, in many ways, don't you?
And it is by far and away the best. It's more tactile, it's easier to use, the colours are better, it's not at all floppy as some of them are, trust me. And as I say, it's B. Smith. I've simply just made this specifically. You can use it, as I said earlier, for other things, but if you want to do Soutache, this is the cord to get.
I'm quite interested in seeing this in Kumhimo. I'd quite like to see it because of the thickness.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Right, so with that, Linda's prepped again, so she's ready to show us the next stage.
The next step, again, it's all a repetition on a theme. This is something that Soutache work is something that you can pick up, make a start on, plan it all out, whatever, and then have it as an ongoing thing, okay? This isn't something that you really aim to finish in an evening. You just want to pick it up when you feel like it and work with it. Lovely for winter.
I do that with knitting.
Yeah, exactly. It's lovely for winter evenings. I've got a huge baby blanket I'm doing crocheting at the moment, and I just pick it up.
Yeah.
And it's just a bit sort of, you know, your mind gets soothed.
My daughter and I do a line of knitting probably every other night.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, we do a line of knitting every other night. She goes, Mummy, can we do the knitting? And she sits on my lap, and she's only 6, so she can't quite get the full action of clicking them in,
I know, actually, it's amazing, isn't it? When you're watching, even a child or anybody, you're trying to teach them what you think comes naturally. You know, this is the thing about Soutache, you know, I'm trying to sort of encourage you into something that really is natural. If you can sew on a button, you can Soutache. And as I keep on saying, with jewellery making, it's idea and technique. Once you know the technique, it's only a matter of having the idea of what you want to do. And
this is perfect to inspire, because you're almost showing us how to do what you want, you know, what kind of impact you want to create.
And it will grow and it will evolve, and you can change it. If you set off with a certain idea, it changes. That sometimes can even be better than the original idea. Right, now what I've done now is I've got my 3 layers of Soutache cord in. Okay, apologise, I'm working on the white one, but I haven't got the spare amethyst. Now I've just brought my thread in. You can see where that's come in. That's come through the ditch on the outside. So now I'm going to pop on one of the little orange agates and just let that drop down. And then I'm taking another layer. I'm taking another layer of the Soutache cord. Again, I'm going to leave the amount, which is a couple of inches of cord that I left when I was attaching the other 3. And then I'm now going to pop my needle through the ditch on that cord and bring it in. Okay, I'm not going to pick this up, so I don't know whether this is just, well, I'll try to get it to camera, but you can see what I'm hoping is going to happen. It's just that is literally going to come around with the beads on it all around the edge. So what I have to do now is keep that little bead relatively taut, okay, so it's in place, and then work out in your head roughly where to come back through the cord, and it's almost a bead size, the next stitch. So we're in the small stitches now, and it's almost a bead size. So we come back through the cord, and then we pop on another of the orange. You can use any bead that you like. I'll tell you what would look nice, probably the peridot and the orange together. In other words, you know, you can pick them up randomly. Sorry, I'm looking for the hole, that's why I'm rabbiting. You can pick them up randomly, that looks really nice, or you can sort of create one of this and one of that. So moving that excess out of the way, we've got this one coming down now, and that's all my chatting. I've lost the thread of where my Soutache is going, so do you want to pick up a little bit while I
Well, I don't know whether you want to listen to this, just if you just concentrate on something else.
I'll probably not, I was about to say, probably not.
At the bottom of the screen, we've got a one-off bank holiday deal. This is a bank holiday deal. DVDs here with us, pretty much an hour long of inspiration. This is the Soutache DVD. I think the price tag of our DVDs are extraordinarily low. Too low, too low, too low. Price tag should be £4.95. Should be £4.95. And yet, look at the bottom of the screen. Today, only £1 for our DVD. That's not a mistake, that is not a graphical error. You are getting the DVD, Soutache DVD, for just £1 only. Sorry, Linda, I've just said the words £1. £1. This is Linda's DVD.
It's not actually me, it's Jenny Argyle did that one. Yeah, Jenny did that one. I think I wasn't very well, so Jenny did it. But it will cover the basic how-tos, and show you how, you know, the ins and outs of Soutache. There's not many ins and outs to go with it at all. It is all a repetition on, certainly the techniques are. Any of the books that you can get, and there are 2 very good books out there. One's American and one is a French lady. And you know, the actual technique is just about 3 or 4 pages of fabulous books that goes on to designs then. And that's all you need to know. It's not at all complicated in technique, but so with the DVD you will get the how-to. and then it's entirely up to you where you take it on design.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
£1, that's it, just £1 for all of that inspiration. Look at the forward lines. It is busy, not surprising. Everybody's making the most of Soutache DVD. Pretty much an hour long of inspiration and how to get started into Soutache, as you're seeing, Linda. Linda, so where are we now with the threading on the beads?
What we've done is we've come, as I said, we started at the beginning of the design itself, and we went into the next layer of Soutache. I'm really sorry, but this is quite. If you come along to one of the workshops or something, then you'll see that it's very much a holding quite close to your thing. So I do apologise if you're looking and say, I can't see what she's doing. I really apologise, but you know, Leah's doing a great job on cameras here. So that's why I'm trying to talk so much. I'm trying to talk you through it as well as a visual, hopefully. So basically, all it is now is wherever, if you've come in off of the cord, right, you need to then go into the ditch on the cord that's already around the amethyst cabochon, okay, to bring it close together. So if you see now that the beads are coming in side by side, I've got probably slightly too big a gap there, but I tell you what happens once you put your backing foundation on. It is much better to have slightly too big a gap between your beads than have your beads too close together, because the very thing about putting the backing on, the beads tend to go up and down, they tend to pucker a little bit. So err on the side of leaving, perhaps your head's telling you to get them close together, but don't listen to that, just have them slightly apart, and then when you get your backing foundation on, they do tend to level up quite nicely. So all you do now is, the next thing I need to do is pop another of the little ones on. So it's very much a zigzag now between the stitches that are coming from the new cord and the stitches that are coming from the existing cord. So it's literally looking for that ditch on the existing cord and threading through, looking for the ditch, and now I've come unthreaded. I'll pick another needle up in a second, and looking through the path of the ditch from the one that you're adding, okay? So just go all the way around. I'll just show you the one here that I've done now, and I'll just pick up another needle. As I say, it's just completely and utterly repetitious as far as each of the stitching processes are, but you see, you just work all the way around. So you're coming in from the outside, going into the inside, coming from the inside, coming back out, work all the way around. As you're actually sewing these threads in, the penny drops straight away. It really does. Light bulb moment immediately. And then when you've completed that layer incorporating the beads, you can then bring in or not if you don't want to, but I brought in another two of the dark purple.
And do you do them
layers
separately, the two
Yeah,
layers?
those layers are now, every time you're using, good point, every time you're bringing in a bead, use a separate layer of Soutache cord, unless you've been doing it for a long, long time. Only when you're using just Soutache to Soutache, then you can bring in more layers. Certainly on this outside edge, I'm sewing Soutache to the existing Soutache that's encompassing those beads there, so you can put two on. You'll be surprised how quickly you get to the point that you can start adding multi-layers on. Okay, and then again at the end, flip it over, flip the cords around the back, glue them down, and they'll just sit quite nicely on the beading foundation, and then they're out of the way. Okay, so that part that's now done is that completed cabochon. So the next, do you want to come in with those while I get prepped on the next,
yes.
The next one?
We have got here cabochon potential with these wonderful, huge coins. They're massive. Look, I mean, this is significant. Linda, you've been working with these. Have you had a chance to play with them yet?
Yes, actually, I've got. Let's say I've put one of the fabulous drops and some of those little seed beads actually, because I managed to get my hands on those. So I've just done sort of like a choker, really, of one of those agate drops against one of those fabulous cords.
That says £6.95. That's 400 carats for £6.95. You've got less than £1 to pay per centrepiece. less than £1 to pay on this huge look. I mean, these are truly amazing. Twisted ovals, you have this real curvature to the combination. They have this natural quality of dyed intern, so you've got natural haziness. That's the natural aspect of the agate, but then they've been dyed, and as you can see, the dye's almost running through and creating a totally different type of effect. I mean, every single one of them has got its own tie-dye effect. Each one of them has got a singular absorption of texture. These are your hugely dramatic pieces. They're 35 by 25 in size, and in this type of opportunity, you've got seven individual stones, and that means less than £1 each. Less than £1. Impact. Let me show you size in perspective. Maybe as the likes of you working, the likes of Laura binding cuffs, where you have got the chance to be able to encase, or perhaps you're looking to this be a centre pendant for the décolletage. I mean, that would be a dramatic look. Linda's created this beautiful look as well, working with wire, and then just got a really contemporary
Well,
edge.
it shouted a stormy night, so I've tried to put lightning bolts in it.
Does have a stormy night. Stormy night. £6.95 you're paying for. Well, I've got 7 on this strand, so let's work in around about £1 per piece. So drama, and workable for soutache as well to surround, but
most
instantly
definitely.
workable as well for individual stones, as pendants, as aspects to cuffs, as aspects for neckline pendants. So dramatically versatile for £6.95. Huge congratulations, that's a massive 400 carats for £6.95. I mean, dramatic really, isn't it?
I mean, do you remember probably the first 8 months of JewelleryMaker, when we were even in the other building, let alone here, we used to have quite a few of the large agates and that, hadn't we, coming in? But I only mentioned it probably about 3 months ago, that, you know, where are they?
Yes.
And here they are.
And here's the results. Linda asks, and we shall find.
Well, no, it was just simply, I just wondered, because when I went to China, they were there in the market, and Sheila and I were making up kits over there. This is like 3 years ago, and Paula said, well, we just haven't been able to find them, and it's very much is supply and demand out there. But now it looks like there's an opportunity that we may be getting a few back.
Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? Fantastic deal there, and as I say, so pleased to have this. Linda, how are we developing on the pendant in terms of this design?
Okay, what we're going to do now is, I'll move that out of your way, is, quite rightly, as Vicki said, we've completed that eye part now, and I just then decided, well, what should I do next? Because I knew I wanted a multi-stranded necklace because of the small gemstone and the pearls. I just knew I wanted the gemstones and the soutache not to outdo one another. So I just then thought, it was funny because I'd been in a shop and I bought my daughter a beautiful peacock, a painting of a peacock, because that's her married name now. And then it came to me that the colours were very peacock-esque, so I decided I'd like to make some sort of a stylised peacock tail. Okay, so again, very simple. It's a matter of components again, and the component literally being this. This is the component. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 13 of these components. Okay, and that component is 2 components put together. So we'll work the first one very, very easily, and we'll use one layer of soutache. So all you need to do, now this is completely different. In other words, watching this afternoon, you will have been shown how to wrap a cabochon, and now this is how to wrap the round bead. Just slightly different, but once you've learned those 2 techniques, that's soutaching done for you, okay? Okay? Right, we go in through the ditch and pull to the knot. We come back again, this is consolidating the knot, come back again, and then we go in again, okay? And all we do then is pop on one of our 6 mils that we've got in the kit, pop that on and let that drop down. Now I'll just switch it around, but let that drop down to just where the thread's gone through. Pick it up, okay, keeping your gemstone in your hand, in your fingers, and then just look and see where the thread is exiting that gemstone, and just have a look on the cord where it meets that exiting gemstone, okay? Have a rough mental eye where it is, and then take your needle back through the ditch, okay, and pull round, okay? So now basically
we're
encasing that round gemstone, okay, in there. Now, what I do now is I take roughly, trying not to split that stitch that's come through, but very closely go in and find the hole, and then you'll come out in the hole the other side. You've now consolidated it quite well inside there, it's not going to slip. Now this is where that little neckline bit comes that I was talking about previously with the cabochon. Pinch the two cords together with finger and thumb, okay, like that, and then bring your needle down by the neck at an angle and come through the one on one side, one on the other, okay? You see through that, and then bring it through. Now this is the time when you can actually create some tension, because you're trying to form a neck, a real nice tight neck. Go back through where you've exited, go back through. Don't go over the soutache, it's always in through the soutache, back through the exit, in again, back through the exit, never over the top of the cord. So at this point you're just consolidating that neck. Okay, so we'll just do that a couple of times. Get rid of the little bit of excess over there, and we can cut that little bit of excess off in a minute when we get it out. So that one's now threaded in, okay, and now what you need to do is exactly the same with the tiny one. So you need to take exactly what I've just done, which I won't do again because it's exactly the same, and it only takes 2 stitches. That's all it takes, is 2 stitches. Just choose a different colour of your soutache thread, and one of the little peridot, one of the little agates, one of the gorgeous blue agates, because you've got the blue agates in as well, and make another one of those.
Yeah, the price tag on this, just so we bring it in, the peacock, mystical peacock, to create all of these pieces with pearls, with the rounds, the faceted rounds, with of course all the soutache threads and the beading foundation. £27.95 is all you pay for that bundle. £27.95 includes, as I say, a whole host of feature gemstones to work with, as well as your soutache, and you also get the cabochon of natural amethyst. That's £27.95.
Right, now the next step is once you've made that little tiny one, you've done the tiny one. Now if you look at this one again, you'll see what I'm talking about. We've now done the 6mm, we've wrapped that, and we've done, that is a separate
surround,
2mm for a separate.
Yeah.
But all you need to do now is you know, when I came to the neck on that, I sewed it in on that 6mm gemstone. When you do the tiny 2mm gemstone, just do exactly the same, but don't sew the neck in. So you can imagine at this point now that can open, and then you just wrap that around in exactly the same way as you wrap the round gemstone. You just pop that on the top, wrap it around, and join it into the neck. And that's the sort of little peacock feather done. Okay, and then it's just a matter then of taking all of your components and simply placing them wherever you want and sewing them in one at a time. So I'll talk you through this. It's building it up. So I go for the centre every time. So we're going for the centre, and then we'll add another one in at the side here, just slightly different height, okay, and then another one in at the other side, and just keep building that. And make an odd number. It all depends how long you want that sort of stylized peacock tail to go, but have an odd number so that you end up with one standing proud at the end. And then on the actual one itself, if you can bring that over, Vic.
Yes,
really, really easy. You see, I've built them all up and sewed them all in. Really simple, just sew them all in. They'll just, each layer, you've got a sewing point of the layer before, and then it's simply a matter of taking any of the other tiny little gemstones that you want, and again sewing them wherever you want to. You can bring them on the outside, pop them in on the inside. Just imagine you just want something pretty bright. Let those little 3mm do all of the work for you, and then it's literally threading on to one of the final 3. With again with your soutache thread, the Eslon thread, just needle point into there, and then just working it, and the beads will be happy, absolutely tremendously happy on that Eslon thread.
Yes.
Don't worry about using beading thread and think, how am I going to get beading thread? Use your Eslon thread on your needle and then just bring your layers. And just by the nature of the peacock tail being a little bit irregular, you'll get that nice sort of graduation coming up to the neckline in quite a nice shape, but having a nice drop on it. And then I just brought a single one up of the neckline to complete it. But it's just a nice design. It's something nice to work on, something a little bit different to do.
Especially when you look at that type of piece being established and created for $29.90, $27.95
well,
as it
absolutely.
is. You know, you've got so much potential, and that's just not, well, obviously that's only one piece of the designs that you created.
Yeah, but as I say, yes, again, you know, you can just use the abalone shell to just create. That's just created with one length of beading thread, just gone up through the rounds and then carried on up through the neckline. But as I say, by all means, you know, just play around with it. You can make tons and tons of very pretty earrings as well. But it's a really, the gemstones in the bundle are really sort of bright and, I don't know, clean looking. Do you know what I mean? If you've got a little black dress on or something like that, they're beautiful, just beautiful. The size is just brilliant, and I say if you've got those other two bundles, you've got your 2s, 3s and 4s.
We've had loads of people messaging in apparently just saying, you know, really positive about your tutorial and really establishing the, you know, the simplicities of how to get started with Soutache. So thank you to everybody who's been messaging in. We do appreciate all of the response, and I know Linda does as well.
Definitely.
Especially when you see, Linda, how the very basics of Soutache really are a foundation that you build upon in a minute. That's what I think for me.
All that I've shown this afternoon is how to stitch Soutache, right? What you do with it's entirely up to you. But if you do look online and see some of these amazing designs, you will then, the sort of light bulb moment again, will immediately you'll know that these are all component parts. They've not been stitched in one go. They're just literally a jigsaw. So you build them up, and you can make such stunning work that even if you just do one piece and you sell your jewellery, one piece, it'll bring somebody to look at that one piece of Soutache, and then you'll sell all the other jewellery alongside of that. It just is a talking point.
I think this is the time to get involved in Soutache. You know, almost at the beginning of the revolution here in the UK. You know, the UK is probably the last on the absorption.
We
of
always
Soutache.
follow America by, you know, sort of a couple of years in particularly in jewellery. America's had jewellery making, as it were, a lot longer than we have, and it's huge, it's massive.
And rightly so, because the finish, the results are so exquisite that you've got to get started. And as I say, don't forget that DVD. Crazy enough as it is, our bank holiday deal, £1 for the Soutache DVD. £1. I mean, this is the way to get started into Soutache.
Well, that's
today,
a loss maker of a deal, isn't it?
Yeah,
for us?
exactly. I think that's a little bit silly. Linda, thank you so much
That's
for
a
that
pleasure.
fantastic step-by-step instruction on Soutache. And if you do want to get involved and give that one a go, we still have availability of the kit, limited, but we do still have availability of Linda's kit. £27.95 is all you pay. Now, I have to move on because I've had so many people messaging in about the ametrine, and it's been ludicrous. I mean, throughout, I've got Danny going, there's another person messaging in. Vix, we've just had a phone call from the call centre about the ametrine. Vix, can you just clarify to everybody? And I haven't had a chance because we had so many great deals to be able to say the ametrine is coming up. Don't think we've forgotten, because we haven't. You know, we wouldn't forget about a strand like this. It's way too exciting. Now, I'm calling this, and this is just me thinking of how I feel the reflection of beauty is within this gemstone. I call this the gem of nature, because when you see the colour combination that takes place inside this gemstone, this for me replicates some of the most wonderful colours of nature. You think about the natural formation of a pansy with its bright purples and its inner body of yellows. You think about a crocus blooming with the depth of violets and those little pinpoints, those eye points of bright yellow. You think about natural blooming tulips that sit alongside each other with purples and yellows, exquisite absolutely exotically forming dahlias. I think it's dahlias, isn't it? That bloom with purples and pinks. This for me is the gemstone of nature, a reflection of Mother Nature in the qualities of purples and yellows that naturally form. This is a totally naturally forming gemstone. We have nothing to do with the colour mix that you get inside the stone. We literally cannot, man cannot replicate ametrine by colouring. We cannot give you a split between amethyst and citrine. Naturally, this gemstone forms in one location in the world. Nowhere else does this happen, where you get that split of two colours into one gemstone. But to get that split, not just in one gemstone, but in a mass strand of stones, this really is something rather exciting. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 30. Look, there's probably around about 30 plus ametrine. The size of these is what's stopped me in my tracks. The size, we're ranging from 11 by 9 to 22 by 21. They are massive size stones. I mean, there's your 21 by 22, hugely significant, and you can see the split of colour. You cannot underestimate the split of natural qualities of colour coming through here. Bolivian, this is a direct source supply that we have with Bolivian mine. It's called Anahi, the location, it's called the Anahi mine, and the natural qualities, the natural textures of that split of colour is what makes this gemstone so sought after. Truly magnificent. If you do want to join me, now is the time to do so. Do not hesitate on this deal. It's too much of a big offer, too much of a big opportunity. We're looking at a nearly 30, in fact, over 30 gemstones sitting into this strand. Over 30 opportunities to own Bolivian one-off location gemstone. There isn't another stone that naturally forms with a split of amethyst and citrine. It just is a one-off Mother Nature's formation. And if you do want to join me, now is the time to do so. It's going to be a big offer, a big opportunity, and it's going to be a go, go, go. No, I can't say the words $27.95 for the $27.95. What on earth am I doing saying $27.95 for this strand? That is absolutely no. Can I just clarify? I did an amethyst ring today on Gems this morning. Let's think of what time it was. It must have been, okay, it must have been 8 o'clock. It must have been about 8:30, 8:45, something like that. Around about 8:30, I did an ametrine ring. Sorry if I've given the wrong time there, but you know, it's been a long day. We've got in our stock list right now on Gems solitaires of this size. You know, solitaires sitting into it was a semi-bezel design, so it was cushioned semi-bezel design. And I have to say, the price tag, double. That's double the price of the price you're paying for this full strand. I'm talking about one solitaire, and you know, it's different qualities, it's different finishes. We can't compare exactly against a solitaire that we put into a sterling silver piece of jewellery on our sister channels, but we can get an identity of the price that you would expect to pay for a gemstone of this calibre. And that's the thing, is this is a $27.95 strand when you're getting over 30 feature gems. And what's fascinating is that it is a one source location, and there has been a time, and it was in the 1970s, probably 1980s, where actually they came to the end of the seam. So they'd followed the mine. It was a one-source location, and of course, because it's a one-source location, they ended the seam, and they thought, well, that was it. That was all of ametrine there was ever going to be. They did continue to keep hunting. They kind of had a bit of a break. Then they came back, kept on hunting, and found another seam, which is why we've now got this second resurgence of ametrine back into the gem world. But to what end and to how much more there is of this one seam? Of course, it is a one source location, so a bit like tanzanite, once it's gone, it's gone. You cannot underestimate what kind of opportunity you're getting here for $27.95. These are big gemstones. These are big opportunities. 30. Let's work that out. 30 for $27.95. Way less than £1 a piece. And Linda, working with ametrine is a true collector's gem opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not an everyday stone.
It really is. I mean, it's just stunning. You could just go on talking about it for ages, but from a gemological point of view, right? But you know, if I have to price it down from a jewellery maker's point of view, it's just a strand I look at and think, I've just got to have it. I might not know what I'm going to do with it straight away, but it's just its sheer beauty persuades me that I have to have it.
Yeah, the fan formation here is quite interesting, really.
Can you imagine that on petal, say a mega pendant, and just those 5 of them forming that flower with a drop? I mean, I can just see one of them attached to a chain, and then it dropping down to another one on a slightly lower chain, so that you're coming down in a real sort of
like an arc.
an arc. Yeah.
Ooh, in
the
size
shape
as well, giving you the various size. Yes, please. If you do want to join me, $27.95. That's less than £1 each. So I think that works out about something like 93p, beg your pardon, 93 pence per gem. Working on the average of being 30 gemstones, give or take a few. If you do want to join me on this deal, Greater London, Manchester, congratulations, Denbighshire, Norfolk. I've got another buyer in Norfolk, Surrey, Tyne and Wear, Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire. If you're on the web, check out your basket on that deal. A phenomenal opportunity. $27.95. Moving straight on we go, and we're going to a bit of a special gemstone in my perspective, because every time I see it I just fall more and more in love with it. Turquoise is, well, it's an elite gemstone. This is an elite gemstone. It's interesting that this gemstone actually, when you go back in history, well, it's fascinating. This gemstone years ago actually commanded a higher price than gold. And that's not that long ago that it had a higher command of price than gold in the jewellery industry. That's the demand of turquoise. That's the treasure that turquoise has. Turquoise, of course, December's birthstone. So anybody who's planning ahead, of course, that's not that far away when you think about it. What, 4 months we are to Christmas Day? So you're really not looking that far to it being December's birthstone. And you want to work with some of the best qualities of turquoise and that beautiful top drilled drop design. Again, Linda, you could almost create a cascading waterfall thanks to the qualities here.
Absolutely.
But part of me says you might actually just want to go for simplicity of drop earrings.
I think so. I really do. When you've got a gemstone of that calibre, of that beauty, then I think really keep it simple. And I think a pair of drop earrings is fantastic.
Turquoise earrings for how much? That's the thing.
Exactly. And really, just what surprises me by gemstones like turquoise is that there are people out there who, because it's such a fabulous gem, they try to copy it. There's a lot of faux turquoise out there, but that shrieks to me, if somebody's trying to copy it, it must be because it's
a commanded gemstone.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
Be careful though, if you are buying turquoise elsewhere, there is a lot of places that will quote that they're offering you turquoise, but actually it will be perhaps a dyed replica, the likes of dyed howlite. It is very, very very prevalent in the jewellery trade. So make sure you're buying from reputable businesses like ourselves, where we can guarantee your laboratory tests, we can guarantee you're working alongside gemologists, so we know that when we say turquoise, that's exactly what we're offering you. Turquoise, the real deal of turquoise, all the way from the US. And I know for a lot of people you might be looking at the Arizona desert bringing you this gemstone, because that's a very strong location for this gem at the moment. Turquoise of the finest drops, 8x6 to 14x10, a fantastically glamorous, vibrant look for one price. Where's that quantity gone? I thought we had a bigger stock list on this one. I'm never so sorry, but you could miss out on this deal. You actually could absolutely miss out on this deal. Don't hesitate. 18 chances only left. We're in the teens right now. £24.95 is not the price that you're paying. 24, 23, 22? Oh, see, I was hoping we were going to stay in the 20s. I figured we were going to definitely stay in the 20s, but we don't. It's a Bank Holiday Monday mega deal offer. $19.95 is all you pay. Turquoise, graduated with these wondrous qualities. I mean, well, how many gems? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So that means you've got 8 pairs. 8 pairs of turquoise earrings that are going to cost you, well, per pair, well, just over £1 to make. Yeah, go on.
I mean, anybody who bought the first inspiration bundle, there was a strand of gems of turquoise, double-stranded turquoise nuggets in there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So, you know, use those and use those together as well. And wow, you've got the most amazing piece of jewellery.
Isn't it?
Just, yeah.
Just so exciting to offer such an exceptional gemstone. As I say, December's birthstone for $19.95. Very, very busy today. 0800 644 655 is the number to dial. Join us at JewelleryMaker.com. Let's go. Let's keep on moving on. Let's keep moving on, and let's bring you an amazing deal. Whatever's going on in my ear is Martha. It sounds like Martha's ripping the gallery apart in anger of our prices. How dare you do those prices? So sorry about that. We have got for you. Ooh, look at the colour. Reconstituted turquoise, still holding the enviable colours of turquoise. It's still genuine turquoise. It just has been reformed, reconstituted, rebrought together to create this dramatic look. Look at how big these are. They're fabulous. They're almost like columns, aren't they? You could make some very statuesque jewellery with these. You've got, could you imagine some nice spiralling of wire around, you know, creating, and then just splitting them between wire links and then having a turquoise necklace. Let me show you this against the neckline just so you can really see how gorgeous. As I say, I could just imagine spirals of perhaps something like a nice copper or an antique bronze wire twisted around, linking against the wire, and then that's it. You don't need to do anything else because the turquoise, with all of its colouring and its boldness, will look so glamorous. Could you imagine on a summer's day? Absolutely. You know, heading down to the beach with something just a little bit more dramatic than everyone else. That's what you've got here. Huge looking tubes. I'd call them almost columns. They are so dramatic. And your price tag on this deal is just no. What do you mean should be at $12.95? Turquoise, a huge 500 plus carats at $12.95. It's only ever been at $12.95, but your Bank Holiday Monday extravaganza continues at $7.90. I feel almost, you know, I feel like I need to do that on the price tag. Don't do it, it hurts my eyes. $7.95 is all you pay. Over 500 carats of turquoise in these impact tubes for less than £8. Go, go, go. 0800 644 655. So busy. What a reaction that's just had. And rightly so. It's still genuine turquoise. It is reconstituted, but it is still genuine turquoise. I feel like I'm giving this away, let alone offering it. Because really, Linda, really, that is a giveaway of a price tag.
It is, and it's very much a his and her strand as well. I can just see one piece of that nestling in a cord choker for a man. Look, absolutely fantastic, wouldn't it?
Boys agree in the gallery.
Yeah,
so they'll go
I
for
can see that. I mean, if any gemstone I've ever seen, that one shrieks that to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Or even just a necklace with dropping down, perhaps with 2 on, with the leather cord being slightly longer on the one side and just knotted off.
Nice.
And they're just a nice leather knot underneath, and that would look absolutely fantastic. And you can go in the water with it.
Yeah, of course, this is a very enjoyable gemstone in terms of its aqua tones, turquoise. It's the only gemstone, and this is an interesting fact. It's the only gemstone that has got a colour named after it.
Exactly. I made that point one day last week because it suddenly hit me in the head. I thought, whoever sort of discovered it, then the next person thought, oh, I really like that colour, and it's so unique. I'm gonna devise a colour turquoise.
That's it. And so it's the colour turquoise. There's one other colour, because somebody will come back to me on this and they'll go, oh, but what about? There's only one other colour that you might suggest, and I don't think that it quite sits, but jet. Jet is another, because obviously gemstone that also is a colour, but really black is what colour jet is.
Exactly.
Jet's not exactly a hue, it's a shade of a hue, but I think turquoise is the only gemstone that is then a colour that is named after it. £7.95, massively reactive on the phone lines today. So nice to have your company. I think it's bank holiday, which means to us, of course, we've got lots of people watching and making the most of our great bank holiday deals. Mega deals. Bridget's down the lines, Lorna, Kathleen, lovely to have your company, Rosemary and Andrea and Nicola and Denise who's joining me. It's busy today, very, very busy. Straight on. Let me see if I can get right back here. Oh, thank goodness you have chosen to do these. I was starting to panic. I was looking at the time thinking he's not going to let me do them. He's not going to let me do. Oh, thank goodness for that. I did have a little bit of a moment there where I was thinking I'm not going to get the chance. I saw these last night at about 1:30 in the morning when I was prepping, because I had been on air last night and then obviously knew I was coming back-to-back shifts this morning into this evening. Yeah, back-to-back actually, just to be precise. I saw these last night and I did a little bit of a whoop. You ask Matt Bennett, and Matt's one of our producers. He's Steve, who's our boss. It's his son, and he was producing last night, and he produced me this morning. And I did a little whoop at 1:30 this morning. He was scheduling, and I was preparing, and I said, "Ooh!" because I saw these and just so chuffed when I saw them. Grey moonstone that are just like storm clouds looming, about to be electrically charged with lightning bolts. That's the kind of luminosity that you have. These are brand new to the mid-show, a fantastic combination of detail, of design, the size range. Let me show you where we're going from and to. You have here a combination of 14 to 26 millimeter stones, 14 to 26 mil. So big additional looks, massive carat weight for so much moonstone. Of course, moonstone part of the feldspar family. Highly complicated gem, but the one thing that'll always bring together feldspar is the optical properties, the light reaction, the phenomena of beauty that sits from internal to external beauty to the gemstones is what really makes the difference, and you can really see that coming to the forefront in every single one of these gems. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, hang on a minute. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I think there might be 12, but I think I might have counted that wrong. 11. Leah's doing a count for me. 11. We are saying 11 on a strand. If I chose this pendant here and added chain, nothing else other than a little piece of chain to be, you know, just to finishing off my neckline look, maybe a little clasp at the back. If I chose this one piece as my centre pendant and I told you that it cost me less than £1.50, you probably wouldn't believe me, would you? With this look, £1.50, less than £1.50. I think that really would be such an exceptional look to have as a focal point for day wear to evening wear. There's this sense of wearability to moonstone. It's that optical property. The feldspar, as I say, is all about optical properties, an internal to an external illumination. You've got it there. You've got 11 of them. I've promised them under 150 each, but how about this? Less than 150. Shall we go less than 140? Okay. £1.35 each is what we're looking at. An amazing opportunity. These are almost stormy cloud qualities. You can really see that illumination. You can really see that texturing. You can see the opportunity of individuality. Every single one of these. You cannot afford to miss out on this deal. Not when there's so much complexity of quality and finish. Every single, look at that combination. Linda, where do you go with this type of piece for a design?
Oh, I've already gone there several times.
Are you there?
Yeah. Firstly, I could. I've got sort of a graphite charcoal grey dress that's very, very plain but nicely cut, and I would just rethread all of those at that price. I'd just rethread them. And have that. It's a scoop neckline, and that would look fantastic. You can also sew them onto a neckline if you don't particularly want them to be a piece of jewellery as such. But obviously then you can make a piece of jewellery out of it if you want to, but sew them onto a sort of a scoop neckline looks absolutely phenomenal. But that on a chocolate brown dress, I can even see it against a cream dress in my head. I can see that really.
Wow.
Just something that's, because the gemstone's doing a lot of work. A gemstone's actually centre stage there, that one is. So pair it with a simple backdrop and it will just shout style, sophistication. Oh, it's just
they are phenomenal. I keep on, every time you talk, and then I look back and just keep on thinking, oh my goodness me, the quality of finish that you have here, the lapidary work, the faceting that just feels like I feel like it's like a holograph, a hologram even.
Yeah, well, it's a phenomenon again, isn't it? Is it a phenomenon gemstone or phenomenon?
Oh yes, an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. So
easily.
you're going to see something different in every light.
Well, of course, we're used to seeing moonstone that has an luminosity like a lunar eclipse, you know, that glow, that halo effect, that adularescence. But this is, because of its darkness, it creates almost a stormy cloud. You know when a storm is brewing and there's a dark cloud that then has almost lightning inside it, you know, ready to explode. That's what you have here. You have that kind of opportunity to see this for yourself. 30-day money-back guarantee. Not that I think you'll need it, but you've got 30 days to get it home and see if it's right for you. A fantastic treat. So pleased, so pleased that I got the chance to be able to bring that to you. Now, let's go straight on, because I still want to offer more pieces before the end of the hour, and that includes garnet, and a little bit more garnet. Rounds, faceted rice beads, and your clear plain rice beads. That's luscious. That is rich. That is fruity and opulent and luxury. It's indulgent. Guys, can you just tell me, can you just go to the information that tells me about location, because I'm feeling that I know where this is from, but I don't want to see it. It's got to be India. Is it India? Yeah. Yeah, these strands, there you go. Can you see there? 90 carats from India. India, the reason that I would make a presumption is because I launched a gemstone from India of garnet, and it was called Rajasthan. Anybody who's tuned into Gems or our sister channel of Rocks will know it and will have heard and acknowledged the quality of Rajasthan garnet. It's one of the most outlandishly intense, dramatically opulent colours of garnet that we've ever seen. Rajasthan garnet, when it was first brought into the building, into the vaults, it was decided by our management team and our design team that we would only place it when we were making jewellery into platinum and into 18 karat gold. That's the grade quality of this garnet. It's that deep and intense, it's that luxurious, that it was a decision made, 18 karat gold and platinum. We did drop it to 9 karat gold for a while. It can be found in sterling silver at a time, not often, but at a time. It's a very, very special strand and a gemstone colour that is what is inherent about the beauty of Mother Nature. This is powerhouse qualities of some of her finest yield of rich, fruity, opulent colours of garnet. 3 strands, 1 faceted, 1 plain round, and 1 plain rice bead, and 1 price tag only. That price tag for 3 strands, according to our information, I can't believe I'm about to say, what? You're trying to tell me that these should be less than £5 a strand? No. Less than £5 a strand, you're trying to tell me that's what I should be... We're not even stopping at $14.85. Less than £5 a strand is amazing, ridiculous. Oh, don't tell me we can go. Less than £4 a strand for your intense, opulent quality. And remind yourself that if you did tune into our sister channel, you would not be handing over £4, £5, £6. You'd be handing over easily double figures to get hold of this quality and this depth of garnet. For me, so much luxury established in every strand that you could get more and more quality of finish to your jewellery based on this combination. What a ridiculous price tag, less than £4 a strand for garnet, for what I would classify, to my eye, and of course I'm just basing this on my experience, I'd call this Rajasthan.
Yeah, well, I thought it was when you brought it up because of the deepness and the fact that the way that it's been faceted and cut. Somebody's taken time and thought over it.
It's an intensity. It's a level of colour that you'd associate to Rajasthan. That's for sure.
Really sparkling. It's my gemstone garnet is, and it wasn't until I came to work at JewelleryMaker that I saw. I'd only seen bits of what I classified as, oh, is that a garnet? But you know what? It is stupendous,
isn't it?
You can almost see, and I know it's myths and legend, but you can almost see why Noah lit his ark with it, because of its luminosity, really, and its brilliance.
Its intensity.
Yeah.
The word is intense, and one of our viewers earlier on today was talking about garnet and actually used the word intense, and I thought,
it
is
intense.
That's the word.
It couldn't get more intense.
No, saturated sophistication, intensity is a quality. You can see the quantity is just disappearing. We had 40. I reckon if everybody checks out their basket now, I'll have about -5 left in stock. I know, that's as good as the maths gets for me today. Janet and Hazel, lovely to have your company. I've got Susan and Lorna. Lisa, you've got yours. Gillian, Julie, Alice, Fatima's joined me in Lincolnshire. Congratulations, Tanya and Kate and Susan and Christine. £11.95 is all you pay for 3 strands. It will be a sellout, that one. Web buyers, heed my warning. If you don't check out now, you're going to lose out on that one. Plenty of people on the phone lines. Right then, Linda, we're heading over to see your wonderful challenge, and you had the privilege of working with some of our finest lapidary pieces within this show. What have you been working with? Let me grab the pieces so that I can show you a close-up. When you start to think about qualities of experience, you really are paying for high-skilled quality experience on this type of gemstone, aren't you?
Well, exactly, and that's what you pay for when you're buying a couture outfit or something like that. You're paying for the experience of that person who is creating that piece, and that I can't quite work out what I'm seeing when it's almost like a basket weave, and I have never seen that type of faceting ever before. It's intriguing, to be honest. I don't know how they've managed to make a teardrop with that type of facet neither.
What's fascinating? I don't mean to pun, but what's fascinating is that every time you look, every single time I've looked at this strand, I've seen something new. I've seen a light play that has made me stop and react. Because that's the thing about sculpting or craftsmanship of the high side, the likes of Dwyber, who is really interested in almost challenging the aesthetic of Mother Nature and creating something altogether different. That's what you have here. You have got that craftsmanship, that unique dedication of skill, and this is artistry. This is, you know, sitting alongside the likes of Leonardo da Vinci in a single brushstroke, creating a work of art. That's what we've done here. $34.95 is all you pay, and you'll see that Linda's really gone to town just to let the gemstone be there. That's it, just let it be.
Yeah,
and you can really see how wonderfully well it is within that. And then of course drop earrings as well to match. I mean, that's luxury.
Well, it was the lady who texted in with about the bride. You know, this is my bridal jewellery sorted. I just thought perhaps popping it with some pearls. Perhaps that was the thing to do with it. That was just, I was inspired by that.
And then of course those huge coins as well.
It's nice to see those
the large slabs. Spit it out, Vix. The large slabs coming your way, less than £1 a piece. Available for short term only. So if you do want to join me on that, check out your baskets if you put those there. We have had a fantastic day. Thank you so much for your company. It's nice to be back on JewelleryMaker, and I'll be back with you in the morning. Linda, thank you so much for your company.
I've enjoyed it.
Nice to work together.
You.
Really nice. We've got the gorgeous Ali taking you through some late show deals, and I know it's going to be a real treat.
JewelleryMaker are having a web exclusive sale on 925 sterling silver.